Yeah, Shavir, give me a recap of last session. Go.
Hmm. Yeah, you know, she was laying there, cuddling with her fiance, more or less. In the Shadowfell, maybe not the nicest place to be for a honeymoon, but you take what you can, right? Then get awakened by basically a big light, like that's very bright. See this comet almost just start falling down, like wake up, like wake up, wake up. Like in 5 levels of exhaustion, Edwin just more or less unwakeable. She started poking him with a twig, kind of like, poking him harder and harder. And eventually, she just messed up and poked her own hand. But he's like, oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Well, what's one more injury? Uh, just, yeah, it was bad. Eventually, she did sort of manage to wake him up, I think. And he was like, uh-oh. And just basically covered her body, and this radiant flame basically surged the entire area, basically leaving like a where his body shielded her. And yeah, big area of land there basically singed. And to she walked up to this statue, it looked like first, and like throw a little twig at it. Didn't really happen. And you know, in her demented, crazy state, didn't she kind of like tried talking to the statue? And to her surprise, eventually it responded. She started talking to it, and like it seemed very depressed and angry. And her not being stranger to kind of like self-loathing and depression herself, she tried to be a good person and snapped the person out of it. Also, it's not like she had any other options of you know getting out of there, so to speak, or because they're like, well, you're in a bad position, I'm in a bad position. Let's just put aside the fact that you kind of like killed my fiance by mistake. You know what I mean? That's distracting when messages comes up. Yeah, but eventually she sort of blew herself up with fireball, attempting to kind of like kill her because I guess you know what better way to take out your anger that you have on life than on someone else. So she proceeded to, you know, try and kill her, and you know, she got annoyed that she was talking to her, and she did shut up, but the trying to kill didn't really end. And when she had the chance, she kind of like crawled away from there, where she almost fell down into the next layer, more or less. And yeah, and he heard a thunder, miraculously enough, wandered to the exact place that she was, and also miraculously jumped down. And as she did, she Bear tried to teleport up behind her, but failed and got pushed down. And they both fell into the next last layer of the shadow play, where from her point of view, she don't really know what happened.
Hmm.
But out of character, you can go on and say what happened.
Well, let me set the scene for you. Everything goes really cold as you're falling. For the first few dozen of feet, you feel almost air resistance for a moment before it starts to die off. You breathe in and you feel no air for some time. You start to become dizzy and eventually you take a deep breath, setting you to almost this dazed, confused state of, well, lack of oxygen. You and this other person, shrieking in flames, fall downwards until everything goes black, even the light of this other person. You fall deeper and deeper, and everything starts to become really cold. Almost too cold. Everything in your body starts to tingle as you fall. You start to lose the sense of surrounding, and you feel like no longer falling. Your eyes are closed. You don't feel any air in your lungs. This creeping cold is still in your veins, though, as you feel this almost pressure under you. Roll me a perception check.
Perception check with
Yes.
the wonderful news
Yes.
dice.
Yes.
Okay, almost did it in. Wait, okay, so the table crashed. Are you there?
No, the table's still up.
Okay, I crashed from the table.
Yes. When you reset your camera. There you go.
Hmm. Yeah. Well, one good thing is I don't have to press the modifier so much.
You realize that you are blind.
Hmm. Yeah.
As you feel opening your eyes, you feel your eyelids open and they kind of scrape against the top of your head where your eyebrow is right about. And you feel your eyeballs being suspended to, well, what feels like air, or at least something fresh, as you realize you can't see. You hear a faint water in the distance, almost splashing waves on a beach.
Kind of like thinks for herself. Like, "Oh, this is great." And she would attempt to kind of like put her hand on the ground to feel if it's grass or what she's standing
It's coarse sand.
in. So, does it feel like normal sand, or does it feel like the type of like shadow dust that's in the shadow file?
The kind of dust you have felt in the last layer, what almost was mixed with this blackened oozy liquid surrounding you for quite some while,
Mm.
felt a little finer than this. Almost ground coffee like. But this is coarse, almost gravel like. Tiny, sharp shards and bits. You kind of feel it through your fingers, and you can roll me a history or religion check of your choice.
Hmm. Religion. Nice.
Roll with advantage.
Okay. Do you see color?
Bless you.
I'll read it.
Curse you.
That's good.
Wow, that's really
18
good.
plus 6.
You feel tiny shards of what appears to be almost glazed plates and others kind of pieces of ceramic and almost tiny shards of stone and metal. You realize these are shards of things, not rock, but ceramics, glasses, tables, stones, metal, armor, swords, and all assortments of things. Tiny
But it,
bits and shards, at the size of not even 10 or 5% of a, well, 1 cent piece.
it basically is the remnants of all those things you mentioned, you think, used in finer pieces, it seems.
Yes,
Mm.
almost everything you can imagine in a dozen of thousands of cities scrapped through a wood chipper dozens of times.
But you do hear running water.
Yes,
Do you hear any animals or any kind of like leaves, kind of like,
none.
do you hear like the rustling of leaves?
You don't
Mm.
feel a breeze.
Mm.
The air is still.
She would try to feel around a little bit, kind of for anything
You
that is a
almost
bit
almost make the
long.
swimming motion.
Well, more like she still have 4 levels of exhaustion, right?
Yeah,
Or yeah,
three actually.
3 now. Lovely. Yeah, so she would try and feel around for something that is has a little bit of length to it. So she almost like a blind stick feel in front of her a little bit.
Well,
Doesn't have to be very long, but that's just as long as you have something to touch things with. I don't know if she
you
still have her twigs or not. But,
yes, embedded in your wrist.
yeah, let's let's not play medic right now and pull that out. Uh,
But no, you don't feel anything laying here.
so I guess the only um, sound she's really hearing is the waterfall.
You do hear the kind of water almost splashing, yes. It's not loud, it's very faint.
Mm.
It sounds
She's
like it's hundreds of meters away.
uh, she would start crawling towards there a bit, but she would be very, very weary about sort of getting too close because she do not wanna fall into a river. So she's crawling and she's kind of like feeling
Yeah,
very,
you're feeling in front of
very.
you before you crawl further. As you kind of turn towards where the water splashing and almost bursting waves sound comes from, your foot touches something and you feel grass.
So is she crawling or walking or
Well, you're laying on your belly and you turn towards where the sound comes and your foot brushes against some, well, grass. It feels almost sharp, like glass.
oh, so walking or crawling on it would.
Yeah, it will
Yeah.
hurt. Yeah. You
Mm.
also, like, from where your hands are and where your foot is, you feel small.
Mm. Yeah, she feels small, like she's physically small.
Yes.
Mm. And, well, so the waterfall is in front of her, and behind her there seems to be like grass,
You
but
hear water in
grass.
front of you and you feel this sharp grass behind you, yes.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it seems like she will pretty much die if she walks on that grass or crawls on it, potentially. Um, so. she's hmm, uh, I uh, I guess she I guess she'll try and sort of carefully feel around the edges of this crystalline grass. If there's like a all of a sudden if it stops and then it keeps going, sort of like if it's there's a path around it, like
Hmm.
to go through
Yeah.
like a there's something along those lines.
Okay. Roll me a investigation at disadvantage.
Like, didn't I have didn't I have investigation proficiency except because of the rogue thing?
Yes.
Bingo. Uh, I just did it fast. I should have looked more close than this. Yeah, I mean, I guess it will have to. Not gonna do mid game again. We'll just leave it as this, I guess. Uh, yeah. Um,
Oh,
14.
you rolled on Discord.
Oh yeah, sorry.
And the
Nope.
second one?
Okay. Still 14. This is a
Yes.
higher number.
Yes. You.
What was disadvantage, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
You feel around this sharpened glass. You manage to not prick yourself, even though you do put some pressure every once in a while. You feel this almost imprints. As you're very careful every time. It takes a long time, but you do kind of feel along this, well, edge of these grass and little bushes as you crawl on the beach, as you feel the kind of faint slants going up towards the bushes, and behind you, very faintly in the distance, the kind of downward slope towards the water.
So she failed to sense any path that goes through the grass, right?
Correct. There's none.
Oh. You said something about bushes and then that
Yeah, the
kind of going
grassern
through.
bushes, so kind of bundles of grass. It's a bush of grass
Hmm.
of this, well, almost glass-like substance, is on a faint slope. You realize that it seems to be a beach of sorts.
Hmm. Okay, she would start because no, she investigated that area, sort of like, okay, that's a no-go. So she would start crawling uh, towards the opposite side of the grass, which I assume is where the sound of water coming from.
Yes.
Hmm.
You crawl or rob your way through the sands, what
Hmm.
appears to be sand, this kind of almost shrapnel of little things. As you make your way towards the water, you feel a very hard substance on the floor, almost stone-like. As you crawl, your hand kind of lays atop of it for a moment to kind of push yourself forward. As you hear this kind of water splashing left and right of your hand, but you feel a solid, well, perfectly flat surface.
Um, does the splashing in the water, does it have a smell? Does it smell like normal water, or does it have a
Roll me a perception check.
almost did it on the here
11.
mm,
Okay, you smell a faint smell. It seems almost known. You can't really put your finger on it what it is precisely, though. Feels like home almost.
Mm.
If
Literally
you
smelling
know,
it.
if you know how I explained the smell the first session you joined, you know what you smell. It's the same smell you had when in your nose when you woke up in the Shadowfell the first time.
I don't remember any uh, river smell, but smell of the plane itself, or are you talking about the river smell itself?
The water.
Mm. Okay. Um, Based on that, was there at that castle
Hmm.
sort of thing where where yeah, that castle where Chihu and took Shavir in there as well. Was there water around it?
Yes.
Do she remember the layout, if it were water sort of like in a mound around the entire place, or where the water was located, so she can get a bearing based on that a little bit?
You kind of try to think back. Roll me a history check. Let's see how much you still remember.
10.
A faint bit. You realize it's not like a mound around the castle that you've seen. It seems to be almost an elevated platform and waterfall, almost appearing, almost like conjuration magic of sorts, just summoned or created at this place, right under the kind of edge of the lower walls. You remember it fall. You still have this faint blue color of the surrounding below. It remembers you of the same kind of color you've fallen into.
When you say the same colors were fallen into, do you mean when they fell into the where Lypenti and her fell or
Yes,
pushed?
over here. This faint, almost ghostly blue. Over here.
Oh yeah. Oh, got it. Hmm. Um, so based on that information, would you know, like hearing the waterfall being from there, say it's from the right, would you know that okay, if the waterfall is to the right, that means that the gate would be to the left, for example? Would you know anything into that based on that information there?
You can roll me an investigation. You
Yeah,
don't
that's
you don't really think the two places correlate
mm,
whatsoever. They're not as much alike as you think.
yeah. Hmm. So um, okay, so she got closer to the. She's at that blank surface.
Yes.
Do she sense any magic coming from that blank surface?
Roll me an Arcana check. You
Would you
don't
say?
feel any magic, period. You feel like the tap of magic in this plane is dead. Like, you couldn't even teleport here if you tried. Even if you would know the place, and you would know the most powerful teleportation magic, you don't have a point here to latch onto. You know your magical theory from what you've been told, and sometimes you need a target, but when that target is insusceptible to magic, that's hard.
Based on this information, she know that the desert place that they were at, that didn't have magic because it had been tapped, or you can't use magic, you still potentially feel it, but this feels so different.
Yes.
Would she know that, would she know, because I'm not trying to meta here, would she know that this potentially could be the last layer of the Shadowfell?
A history or religion check? Which one?
Just um, religion,
Or with
because
advantage?
you know, because I have information as a player, but I'm unsure if I've heard of it as a player. So I guess that's my asking.
No, your character
Uh,
hasn't heard from it before.
okay, got it. Oh, that's another 18, so 24.
You piece together a few things this almost chained person said in Celestial out of your faint few words that you've read out of a book long ago.
Mm-hmm.
You scrap together some letters and kind of think to yourself, this is a different place than what he described and what that other plane is. And you've seen the others, and, well, you've definitely felt the pure presence of the abyss nearby. So this might be the last, because the abyss is probably right under this. You could probably scrape your hand through the sand and just feel the power of the abyss. Just this innate kind of sense of danger.
Fuck. She would try to feel for the outline of this blank surface. Like, where does it stop? Does it have any markings on it? Is it
You
completely
feel
black?
across it, and it's almost a mirror-like blank. It has some slight nudges in it. As you kind of feel forward and around, you feel it going upwards slightly.
Hmm. Do she feel the edges? Does it seem like it kind of like, oh, is it seem like a bridge, or does it seem like kind of
No, it's fluent. It's a
fluent?
curve.
How? Okay.
You kind of push your hand forwards as you think to yourself, what is it? As you kind of feel upwards, you feel this almost, well, solid. May I explain it to you? A faint,
Like a
almost, Jesus, I had it 2 seconds ago. Almost fluent kind of falling. As you kind of feel upwards, you feel almost a ledge.
so in other words, there's not sharp edges to the thing.
No.
It's more rounded.
No,
So
it's an inverse curve upwards. As you,
inverse. Does that
yes,
mean like that?
forwards and upwards. Yes.
Yeah. So she follows it upward carefully, not to sort of like end up in a position where she glides off or anything along those lines.
No.
That's,
As you feel upwards, you feel this kind of contour of what feels like a, well, what water looks like, but frozen, almost like ice. But it's not cold. It feels dead. Almost stopped in time.
that's fascinating to her. Mm. So she seems to potentially be at a place where time has stopped, or is
You
there?
still hear the water. Even when you're on it, it seemed very faint and silent. almost like a silence spell.
Or like it have.
You also didn't really hear the sound of your crawling across the sand.
Does it seem like sound is delayed here? Or like it's like
It's dim.
it's dim.
It's faint. Everything seems awfully silent.
Yeah. You'll try to say like, hello, someone here?
You hear nothing.
So this is a blank. It's not something that you can like. It's not like a little ramp that you can crawl up on. Um, is
You
that
can
correct?
try. You can try.
Um, but how much of a upwards is it? Is it like straight up, or is it more like that, and it starts to feel like water?
It's
Or
not fluent. It seems solid all the way through.
mm, okay, since it seems solid,
You also feel no
um,
vibrations from it.
mm, she'll start to try and crawl on it upwards.
A athletics check.
Mm. Not acrobatics, eh?
No, not while you're lying on the ground.
Let's see. Um, oh, that's pretty good for her. It's a 10.
Yeah, you barely make your way up as you feel it slants more and more upwards, as it is a overhang atop. You kind of manage to grab a ledge onto it and barely hurl yourself up there. Your body still feels almost weak, almost weaker than you've known it ever before. Even when you're exhausted or you're hurt, you didn't felt it like this. Almost every part of your muscles is almost not really acting up your way.
Yeah, it's not really responding to her as she wants it to.
Yeah,
Probably. So once she'd gotten up to this ledge, she would kind of like sniff the air to see if she gets any scent on top.
you kind of like push your arms atop and kind of lift your head as far as you can,
Uh,
and then you try to take a deep breath. You don't feel any air enter your lungs.
hmm, interesting.
You get the
Could,
faint smell of sea air. Also, a little bit of kind of smoke and faint, well, decay.
so it seems as she feels kind of like um, as she feels upward and to the side to feel around. But she seems like she's up on a wall right now, or
Well, you're up on
because
something. The floor feels sturdy, and it has a slant going downwards again. Your
because
passive investigation reveals to you that this has the shape of a wave. As it goes inwards in a curve, has a ledge, goes up, and then slanted back down in the back.
she feel any hard areas basically where where like a wall or something because she remember being
Well,
when she
behind you, there's this
mm,
inverse curve and this ledge going back to the sands that you've crawled off
mm,
onto this almost frozen wave.
yeah um so to her right and to as she gotten up on this ledge it
Yes.
seems like she crawled up onto a wave or
Yes.
does it seem like she crawled up
It's
onto
a
something.
wave frozen in time.
Hmm.
You've heard of time manipulating magic, but it's always been done on things, not realms. You could teleport an arrow through a person by just stretching out it basically out of its time, or reverting an apple from where it's been bitten. But nothing ever this vast is known or seen ever before. At least not in the studies you've been taking. Chronoturgy is a thing, but, well, that's as much as people have discovered it.
It fascinates and scares her at the same time, as she's unsure if she would be able to swim in her current condition if she were to come alive. Um, she would travel a little bit more, and because she's up, she would explore the up where she is on the up thing, and if she
Mhm.
like explored everything there is to explore up there on that, and kind of like, okay, this is definitely like seems like a way.
So you tried to stand up?
Hmm, that seems dangerous. To stand up a little bit. But I'll just slide
You
off.
kind of feel under you all these kind of tiny shards you've dragged from the sand with you. As you feel
Mm,
like one of them scrape against your leg as you kind of feel around.
mm, cut out. Hello.
Well, you hear nothing.
No, you cut out. You said the last thing
Yes,
I heard was
yes,
something.
you,
Oh, okay. It was
as you,
intentional.
yeah, as you crawl up this wave, you feel something kind of sharp, almost cutting your leg. It's painful, but it doesn't hurt you. You kind of feel around, and it seems to be one of the pieces that you have dragged from the beach being stuck to your clothing.
Mm, yeah. How is it interacting with the frozen water? Does it get stuck like it was stuck in stone? Like, or does it just?
Well, you kind of take a feel for it,
Mm,
and you feel like half of it is almost embedded in the water, and you feel it slowly falling into it.
mm.
You
Would I
realize that
estimate?
things glide into this water.
Um, so standing up could potentially, because you're creating a lot of pressure in one point, could potentially her submerge potentially. Thinking. Oh, yeah. If she would, if she would venture a little bit further inwards, instead, maybe so that traveling downwards is the only way. But I guess you would try to, I guess you would try to kind of like take up that shard and try to drag it out to see how it, how this
Mhm.
sharp thing has reacted to the water. If there's,
You feel for this shard and try to fiddle it out. Roll me a sleight of hand check.
so on.
You twiddle with your fingers at it. As you prick your finger, you take one piercing damage.
Wow. Thank fuck for that temper hit point. Oh,
Yes. As you get a flash memory, a picture and a voice in your head as you see your sister running through the corridor As she runs, you see an amulet. As it kind of hits the metallic part of a door hinge, you see a very faint part of it chips off and lands under well, a side table. It kind of slides under it, almost soundless. You, the memory ends with a faint as you realize that is that shard.
He smiles at that memory. And
You kind of lost in your thought. As the memory ends, you don't have the shard in hand anymore, and you see it an inch below water surface.
she steals her soul as she has to basically put her nails to where the water is. She tries to put her fingers or hand down there to reach it.
Okay, roll me a wisdom check. Just wisdom.
Mm. Wisdom save.
No, just wisdom. A d20 plus your wisdom. Whatever
Okay.
that may be.
-1.
Okay, so a d20 minus 1.
Mm. 4.
You try
Wait,
to
no, that's
pry.
not plus. Yeah.
So it's 12, yeah.
12. Yeah, 12.
You try to pry your nails kind of into this water as you hear a faint, almost like glass as it scrapes under your fingernails. It hurts, but doesn't hurt you, as it inflicts you with a little bit of pain.
I'll make a painful expression in her face. Like, She sort of think back to some memories with her sister being at a like pond when they were little, taking a bath, and some other actually a little bit good memories. Um, she steals her soul again and tries to push through the pain.
As you kind of try to push through this pain, and you kind of think about this kind of lost shard of this amulet, you realize that probably all of the tiny little scraps on the beach seem to be some parts of something lost.
Mm.
As you can try again.
But wisdom save then, or wisdom?
Yes, just
Okay,
d20 plus wisdom. Minus wisdom.
no. Um, okay. So she thinks that this is things that have been lost, or things related to her sister or that amulet?
No, lost. Full stop.
Hmm.
Hmm. You try to pry for the kind of tiny
Um,
shard.
I
Hmm.
think I'm going to lucky.
Okay, you're lucky that. Reroll it.
Okay, that's a natural 19. 19.
It is really good. As
Hmm.
you see the shard slip more and more, you kind of almost pry your entire hand through it. You take another piece of piercing damage
Hmm.
as you hear this big as you get hold onto the shard in between these cracks of what appears to be what sounds to be crystalline as you hear this faint throughout the entire floor below you.
Uh-oh. That's what she tries says, but nothing comes out.
As your hand is kind of in this crack, you feel a faint liquid engulf your hand, and then your wrist, and almost half of your lower arm. Roll me a wisdom save. It puts you to
Mm.
sleep. And no, you're not immune against it because you're an elf.
Well, uh, bypasses that. I get it.
Yes, it's not magic.
Mm. Like, she tried to kind of like clutch her hand around the shard at the very least.
You do so. Everything goes into this almost red. You taste the kind of taste of blood just before you fall asleep. As you are asleep, you see a set of two big, red, glooming eyes staring down on you. You've seen them before in the caves and crevices of the elven city. You hear a no.
And one moment, you remember the name. Red Eyes, crevices. What? Not mugs. What was the other name? Uh, what's his name? It's not mugs.
Smock,
No, not smart. The
poise,
main one. The main one.
quigs.
Quigs. Was Quig? Yeah. So her mind would go to uh, Quigs. As she tries to do it in her. No, I guess she can't speak. But this thing can speak. Well, now she's in my. Okay, wait. No, yeah. So she says out Quigs.
As you wake up, roll me a perception check.
22.
As you wake up, you kind of speak out, quigs, as you hear no word, no sound of water, but you can see, as you're deaf.
Hmm.
Well, or you're silent, but you don't hear the water.
Their vibration when
None.
she do kind of like the clicking motion with the teeth that they do when they speak in that speech. You should feel the vibration sort of like in the air, like you normally feel, or is that also kind of like uh,
You feel the vibration, but you
no?
don't hear anything.
Okay. Hmm. What do she see? She opens her eyes.
You open your eyes, you see this, well, you're kind of facing downwards to grasp for the shard. You see your
Yeah.
hand clutched in this water. It's completely engulfed your arm to your shoulder, so your hand is completely downwards in this big crack. As you see this faint, almost membrane atop the water, and you feel your arm being completely stiff, almost held in place or frozen. As you kind of look around, you see the reflection of the sky, a faint, well, starlit, not even night. It's very dark still. You see an eclipse of a blackened moon and a red sun, and the reflection of it across the waters. You see black crystalline trees, almost blackened glass behind you as you kind of look around for a moment.
She kind of use her other hand to kind of like stretch in the air and just make like a this motion.
You wave.
Almost like anyone there, sort of. she just kind of waves once. Um, how does it feel? Cause does it feel like? Cause there's no wind, but
There is no wind. You
yeah.
you don't feel anything on your hand.
Mm,
It's almost moving through a vacuum. You've only felt it once before
mm,
in the astral sea falling. It
interesting. So
was a long time ago with Edwin.
yeah,
As
yeah,
you see this water that came out of this crack meld together the ice, or this kind of crystalline frozen water.
yeah. Seems like it can be. Seems like it can be broken at least. Yeah. Sort of.
Well, you also realize your arm is stuck.
Yeah. So much is very true. Um. Yeah. So what she'll try and do is she's gonna like to do that. Uh. Yeah. Do you start using the Mordenkainen race
Yes,
races yet?
yes.
Okay. So you need to change to that. Yeah. Because then you have basically your thing more often.
Yeah, the Mordecai races is fine.
Well, first and foremost, she'll try to sort of like, as it did open up and crack beforehand.
Well, the water is also frozen and engulfs your arm.
Yeah, it seems frozen around her arm, right? Not necessarily that her arm has been crystallized as well, right? In fact, it has crystallized around her arm rather than it had crystallized her arm.
No, your arm isn't
Or,
crystallized, but you
okay.
don't feel your arm specifically either.
Mm. Well, she'll try to kind of like dig down her nail to sort of like um, partly crack it a little bit so that she can put it out.
Roll me in athletics at disadvantage.
Hey, that's not as bad as I thought it was.
That is a 7.
Yeah.
You try to crack this crystalline water as you kind of turn your shoulder and you feel a sharp sting through your arms and shoulders muscles.
Mm.
As you hear this, no, you don't. As you hear nothing.
Mm. Mm.
Had to stop me
So,
there.
yeah. So, I mean, yeah, she's not she's not trying to pull it out before it liquefies, or like as I said, she's trying to kind of like crack the material. And when if I should have said if I said when it cracks, if it do so, then she would try and pull it out. She wouldn't try and pull it out before it actually, you know, had cracked.
Well, you
Just to be
realize
safe.
as you don't really have the leverage here of just prying at
Mm,
an open surface, there's no
yeah.
way for you to crack it. You kind of feel with your other hand for your shoulder, try to give yourself a little more sturdiness to try again, but you feel that one of your muscles and the skin on your shoulder is torn open, twisted open. You have this almost an inch of a wound going half an inch deep.
Oh.
You also feel your shoulder being very small,
Mm.
almost thin.
You feel around her body. sort of thing. Her hair, her, I guess, looks down and kind of like, you know, feel her chest, like, is it smaller than it used to be as well?
It's smaller than it used to be. Even you being
Hmm.
a very not too bare-chested woman.
Yeah,
Hmm? But
guess,
you still realize that you're looking like a kid. You know you're 100 years old. That's not too old for your race.
99. To be
Nope.
specific.
I didn't lie.
Oh, oh, okay. So she had her birthday soon, or had soon. I don't know.
Well, you don't know how long have you been out. For you, you're
Yeah.
still 99.
Uh, cool. Um, I can switch to it. Uh, yeah. Okay. So she will attempt to, yeah. So she will, okay. So she's on a wave basically. She's on a wave, right? And what is she like in the middle of the water basically?
No, you're still at the shore. You're one wave deep into a vast ocean. You can look at it. You can send the picture.
Yeah.
I will.
Yeah. Yeah.
In Pixar NPCs. There you go.
Yeah. Does this remind her of when she had a mindscape when
The
she was
outburst? Yes.
um, hmm,
It's almost the exact same place. Almost used a German word there, Jesus. But you realize that the sky is different. This
how so?
seemed so much more real than this mindscape. When you were in this almost dazed, confused, and enraged state of your body where your consciousness couldn't take over, you almost felt like trapped in an infinite illusion. But this is real. When you touched something there, you felt it felt unreal. Almost it had this blur to it in the feel, almost like it's halfway there. You almost always just feel it half of the time. But when you felt your wound and you being there, everything was true.
So she will blessing of the Raven Queen. It reduce her
It
racial
does work.
features. Okay, so she tries
Expend
to
it
tap
anyway.
into that. She tries to tap into it, and it doesn't work. But racial features.
As you
Hmm.
try to manifest this almost innate ability of yours, you feel almost this tingle going from your feet throughout your neck through this arm, and you kind of feel this pulse end in this shard in your hand. As all of this kind of pent up, almost momentum that you try to build up to rip yourself to a different place, you feel this shard anchors you. Roll me an Arcana check.
21.
Oh. You feel through this shard as you try to move yourself, and you realize your sister never used this blessing that you've been using a lot, but you realize now why. Because this amulet that she wore every second, and you've seen her even while baths or dressing or changing,
Hmm.
You realize this amulet seems to anchor her to somewhere. As you feel or do this, you hear through your mind. Oh, he,
Lori, is that you?
as it dims down.
You know how physical a body she has, but she has a single tear would kind of like run down her cheek. Start to think that she'll sort of have to let go of the shard if she's gonna have to like get out of there. But she's unwilling to do so. Does it seem like underneath the water that it is still frozen?
Yes, all the way through. You can now see, and you see it's almost perfectly translucent. It has this reflecting property to it. You can see your face.
Oh, oh. She's been
To send the
so,
picture to you.
yeah, been so busy focusing on the shard and the situation that they're in that she had
You're
to get
over
close to it.
focusing almost.
Yeah, but now she actually do look as she's not to it. And touches her face a little bit and tilts her head. Mm. Opens her eyes and smiles slightly. Sort of looks around her. There was crystalline trees and things along those nature. That as well,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
And magic don't seem to work. Or, mm. Okay, so I guess you would try to, yeah. Could you could you try to do? Could you try to do minor illusion?
Okay.
You should try that like sort of 10 feet in front of her. We just kind of like try to see if it works. She tries to create an illusion, basically of an illusion of Oriental.
You
Um,
feel your lips move, and you, with your free hand,
oh,
which
nice.
is the left one, you formulate the kinds of magic you try to, and you try to place it within this place. As usually you have this faint, almost afterglow behind your fingers as you move it when you
Mm.
do so, but you don't see it, and you don't feel this kind of almost tingle going like through your chest into your arm to your fingers where you place it as the spell fails.
It was the warlock thing from the
Yeah,
shadow. Yes, it specifies wasn't those two. Okay.
it's magic. It fails.
Yeah. Sort of he gets a little frustrated as she like not like everything she can, but she kind of like hits the puts her fist down into the water in frustration a little bit as she is sort of refusing to let the shard go. But at the same time, I don't think at this point she even can, even if she wanted to, as she don't feel her arm.
You impact your fist to the ground, or, well, the
Yeah.
crystalline water, as you hear this tweet of a singular teardrop leaving from your face. out of your anger and sadness. It's kind of combination of grief almost.
Especially as she remembers seeing her sister down there with Hayel. In her mind, it's possible that she has died. There's no one there to take care of her, so sort of feel frustration and a bit of panic build up in her, not only for the helpless situation she is in, but for her sister as well. How does it look with her? Yeah, yeah, I mean, yeah,
How does what look?
no. So and she kind of like cries,
Yes, the tear.
and yeah, and tears fall down onto the surface. How does it look?
Well, your vision is blurred for a moment, and
Yeah,
you see the feel the tear run down and impact this frozen water, and you see this round shape atop. You see it wiggle for just a moment, but the moment it becomes still, it freezes as it becomes slightly reflective.
she
You almost feel like everything in this realm kind of goes to rest. Everything ceases to move and almost exist here. Almost the last kind of resting place.
thinks of she thinks of she thinks about that for a moment. As one way, it doesn't sound too bad, you know, being able to rest and not feel pain and fear all the time. But then she thinks of the people that the rare few that actually cares about her. Like again, just to have a possible family that's not actively actually trying to kill her.
Couldn't say goodbye to Shehu
Yeah, like,
and Edwin,
she miss,
kind of
yeah,
everybody.
she do misses Shiru as well as she don't know how Shiru feels about him, but she she consider him
Couldn't say
in the
sorry
dear
to
friend.
Quiggs, so why go to rest?
Yeah, she did get a sting of pain in her soul almost as she thinks about Quiggs and how she couldn't save Spark and how it all happened. Gets a tinge of anger as well as she
Roll me a
yeah,
con save by this point.
yeah, uh, 19. I was gonna say she
you
feels it
you
as
feel this
well.
almost sharp pain like through your chest. It's like almost like a sore heart muscle for a moment of all this grief and stress and anger all the time in the past few months. So you kind of feel a cold pulse through your veins. You pull yourself together. You kind of push yourself off a little bit, at least with one hand, kind of
Mm,
sideways upwards.
thinks back to how that situation could have been avoided if she just had, you know, gotten some blood, basically. There's a moment of anger towards
Dawn.
towards, towards Dawn, but then he's sort of like, well, in the end, he just did what you taught him to do, look out for himself. Really mad at that. She sort of ponders her education, and if it was really right thing to try and instill those morals on him when she herself sort of halfway uphold them, sort of like think about her life and her life choices a bit as sort of, you know, everything in her training says that, you need to do that, like, you need to make sure that they have an incentive to do it. She still thinks that he would have left her there, but her mind kind of starts to ponder those things and what she could have done differently. Like,
Hmm. You think back and you think about what you could have been doing differently in the scholarship of Dawn, kind of what you could have done differently with everybody you have been around at that time. How you didn't really listen to everything Shehu was saying because it went over your head and didn't really ask what the order was for and why you went to places and how you ended up at places and things. You realize that you might be smart, but you don't know a lot. At least not enough that you could have changed what happened.
also learn to sometimes not ask questions, but knowing is half the battle sometimes. You kind of realize that you need to find your own way of how to do things rather than doing this half and half thing of halfway
Family and
turning off,
heart.
yeah, like, yeah, halfway turning off your emotions and relying on, you know, the way that they do things, and then also halfway having your heart turned on, or like sort of, and feeling emotions and caring for others. She kind of like start to realize that this half and half thing that she's doing, it's not it's not a good thing. She needs to find some sort of different creed than just barely living up to,
Standard.
yeah, it's almost, yeah. She starts to think back a little bit to words that her father, father or grandfather or mother, she's a bit blurred at this point as her mind is a bit iffy, to say the least. But someone used to say it was close to what that mantra is, but it's different. She struggles to remember the words. She ponders that a bit. Is kind of looks at the place where the tears fell. She sort of like with her finger tries to kind of like push down the finger into where the tear fell, kind of just to see if it works or not.
It's hard, like a pebble frozen to the ground.
At this point, she, why
You
did he?
you've been here now for an hour on this frozen wave. So realize you're still stuck and you think about the mantra for a moment. You would realize that doing things not at all or halfway doesn't work. Just a few
Mhm.
words from your father go through your mind, and Shehu, you're awfully alike.
Yeah, try to think back on. to that, and in what ways he were like a father.
Hmm.
Mm.
Always collected, but never cruel. Like your mother was usually the more demanding person. Your father was always looking before making a judgment. Shuhu never took any drastic actions apart from where it was really necessary. He didn't use any magic unless it was absolutely true of use. Hmm. You think back at your father. You've only seen him in your very young childhood. After some time, less and less, until no more.
It's a bit teary-eyed again of like thinking of her family and everything. And to sort of realize she don't like to rely on prayers because part reason that she wants to use her own magic to help her fate rather than sort of like leech on the divine. Sort of, no, sort of. Not that you see clerics as leeches, but they take divine magic from their patron that they also via their actions and then fate gives back.
Well, they enact their will. Apart from that,
Yeah.
the magic of a cleric is their own.
Mm, okay. But yeah, even at this point, she's sort of like don't see any other real way than to sort of try and pray because she's stuck here and just no good to anyone if it's just
What do you say?
also sleep here frozen.
Can you write it out
Uh,
in?
yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Just
I'm just gonna go bathroom first, but fast, not think about it
that's
for
fine.
now. And
2 minute bathroom break, I guess. Mhm. I see you have one viewer on Twitch. Is it, I don't know if it's Shiv or somebody else. Or Diaz. You're here. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. Oh God. There he is. He's back. Woohoo.
I'm back. Sorry. That,
Yes, that's fine. But yeah.
what a pickle.
What do you say? It's frozen. I'm gonna fly on your side.
Um, was only referred to as Char, right? When it was when Hayel and Edwin fought.
Yes.
Yeah.
Shahu use different words than yeah?
Yeah, because she had Madison
Yes.
possess her for for some time, and also she heard that name mentioned. But it seems to her, you know, she don't necessarily know that they're the same. But um, okay. And she doesn't feel that she can let go of it, right? At all.
Sorry?
She feel that she can't let go of the
The shard?
yeah.
You could.
Okay. But we need to. Mm, yeah. Once again, I am at an impasse in my life, or unlife, perhaps you can call it. I'm unable to let go of something very, someone very dear to me. I ask for your guidance. I'm unable to let go of my own. I fear for my sister's safety. Give me any sign of it's okay, or if there's any way I can help her. I cling on to this shard of something that belongs to her. If I know not what to do.
Roll me a religion check. Can you also write this out in the wait a second, roleplay channel? And
Yeah,
tag Shahu?
yeah. Um, Yeah, I can only do one thing at a time. um, one second, man.
Okay, roll me a wisdom save.
I'm in the process of writing thing. Hang on. 22.
Don't know how to say this, but it fails.
It's a one number from fucking crit.
Yep,
Uh,
I know.
uh,
As you basically you hear this almost faint whispers, and basically every fiber of your body wants to stand up right now. You have the decision to try to hold on to the shard or not. As you basically hear faint, flashy memories, you see a wooden door leaned in 90%. You hear some faint voices behind it, and you hear the voice of your mother saying, well, maybe then she needs to lose something more. As the flashy memory ends.
Old expression to it. On a face it says,
By the way, it's create undead that's affecting you. Well, yeah, that will work on you.
yes. Um, yeah. I'm unsure on what you're referring to, but you just can focus on what she's doing because she don't know that. So she wants to stand up, but she also can't let go of this because
The spell
it's
forces you
just a
to stand up.
shard. Yeah, she tries to. Yeah, she tries to be so, but she don't let go of it.
Roll me a con save and a strength save.
strength safety, right?
Yes.
Or what? I don't
Both
know which order.
strength and con.
Hmm. Okay, got it.
Okay. What is strength? What is con of that?
Con is the 5 and the strength is the 11.
Okay. As your body forces itself upwards, you try to hold on to the shard. Your strength save is higher than your con save as your hand grips close onto it, as this shoulder starts to almost pulsively go upwards, right? You hold on to the shard,
Screams how
but
insane.
you tear out your shoulder. As the control spell ends, you feel this strong pain through your shoulder, and you see your blood leaking out of it. You are now at 1 hit point. You lose all your temporary hit points. Um, you also lose your right arm and the shard as your vision becomes completely red.
Does it change anything with the crystal water?
Well, it leaks on top of it, and the moment it starts to cease to move, it freezes. As
Can she try and
by the name of the spell, you're now enraged against everything.
is it possible for her to try and dig down to get
Roll me a wisdom
more?
save against the anger effect.
Okay. 'Cause, yeah, I guess magically it would do something. Like she's trying to get that shard no matter what.
Yes.
Uh,
Roll the wisdom save. Because
well,
you feel that vampirism kicking in, and it's hard. It's really hard, and you can't really resist it as you basically lose control. You feel your entire body basically curl over almost backwards as you basically stand for a moment. It was like exorcism movie. Your your feet and your shoulder blades touch the ground at the same time in this arc as you feel your teeth come out and claw on the left side. You've seen Edwin use that type of like nail weaponry, let's say, but usually like cuts and conceals it as much as he can. Very faintly visible.
no. Hmm. Could she direct that rage towards the water to try and get short?
Sure. Rotate using dex or strength of your choice and proficiency.
One is a -2, one is a one is a 0. But I guess you could add your proficiency there. You said, right?
Yeah, you're also proficient with it.
Yeah, this is a +4.
Okay,
Nice.
with advantage.
Yeah.
Counts as frenzy.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it's 13.
You carve away at this frozen piece and you kind of carve through your arm, but the moment the claws kind of scrape across it, you see sparks fly off. They are gray in color. And you see they're flammable. They spike up in this large flame to the side of your head.
Hmm.
As you carve through your arm, you see slowly the shard kind of out of the hand as it's limp deeper into the waters.
And she try and dig her hand through her old hand. Dig the claws through it.
That's how you lost your arm in the first place, but yes, you can try.
She,
Roll with advantage. Kind of pierce through like the bone and the flesh of your own arm.
Yeah, it is. But, I mean, that's how important her sister is. Um, okay, it's a 17 peso dirty 20.
You kind of crunch your nails into the arm, kind of pushing everything down and down as you get your like halfway through the arm.
And can she try and use her, does she have control over her blood? Because of vampires. And,
No.
okay, so she can't try to use her blood to,
You've seen it exactly once, and that's when Edwin manifested wings out of it.
uh, but she have used, like, controlled her blood on multiple occasions. I just wonder if she could potentially use the blood in her old arm to try
Well,
and
moving
the
it,
last one.
yes.
Uh, to try and snag up that shard, basically. Uh, Essentially.
Roll me flat d20. There's no magic here. That's the problem.
Mm. It's more controlling
Okay,
part of
you
it.
need a crit. I rolled a 95 and a nat 1.
Oh,
Ah, yeah, no.
I don't know.
It
So,
backfires as
lucky,
you...
lucky.
Okay, reroll it.
Nice.
It still
Um,
backfires. You kind of try to push all of this
nice.
force out of your claw through the veins of the hand, right? As basically you see the entire hand that's stuck, like torn off and stuck in this piece of well, glass and crystal water, almost blow up out of pure pressure as you see
Like,
a
very
amount
interesting.
of liquid kind of come back upwards from within the crack, and almost fountain of blood going into your eyes and mouth. Stings. You know your own blood stings here. As much as
Mm.
Edwin's did,
Try to avert her
as it
face again.
blinds you for a moment and knocks you back onto your ass.
Sort of
As you
gets up and
see the shard
sort of
leave
desperately
your
just
vision,
claws. She just desperately claws at the eyes, kind of like tears running with one hand.
as you scrape away at this ice and crystal, you realize how hard this material is. It's harder than adamant. Because the claws are count as magic weapons, that whatever this is, something that's frozen in time is incredibly hard to get rid of.
Yeah.
As you feel the shard kind of leave your vision almost, your eyes tear up, and you mourn your lost arm.
She's not even thinking about the art.
Yeah,
At the moment, it's just a piece of the shard, but to her it was more than that. Because she heard her sister's voice again,
no.
and it was connected to it. So to her it was like losing her sister all over again. So mm,
I get it.
she's holding the what's it arm ripped off.
Roll me another wisdom
Really
save,
hard.
just for that description alone.
Yeah, she's desperate. 19.
You realize kind of this, all of the pain you kind of even feel down here, all this grief seems very dim and timid. You want to like scream and rage, but you feel no pulse, you feel no anger. You only feel this kind of faint sadness in your heart as you try to like reach out for it and you try to be sad and mourn, and you are, but not as much as you could be. If something happened, or something like this happened, an hour or two ago, or maybe two or three, where you've been in the last layer, that would have devastated you. But this feels almost like a breeze now. Losing your sister, losing one more person, a bunch, a dozen, doesn't really matter after all. As you lose one more sanity point. You're very close to just break your mind, by the way. I've been keeping track of that. You have one more insanity point left before your character becomes mindless.
And some of those short terms gone up.
What short terms do you have currently?
I'm sure which ones are short and some are longs.
Read them out.
I have that typed down. Pretty sure I have it written down somewhere.
Would be
I have it
important.
on the sheet. And well, I know some of the long terms. Must bend the truth or exaggerate or outright lie to be interesting to other people. Um, yeah, and that thing she has where she kind of scratches herself to make sure that it's real. She
No,
discovered
those.
that she really liked
I
kids.
mean, you realize you're real here, but that doesn't go away. You still check for it everywhere. I
Yeah,
tell you when they're gone, though. Or one
yeah,
of them.
those were long. And those were long, no, I think. But there was some
Most of them are permanent, that's the
few.
problem. Yeah. Or until cured.
There were some short terms though, but I don't.
Yes, like the
I guess.
kleptomancy, but that was gone long ago.
Yeah. Okay. Well, she would sort of just with kind of like dead eyes, partly defeated, yet refusing to give up. Sort of digs and claws at the eyes, but not with as much desperation as it was before. As it more of a thing of refusing to give up rather than actually thinking she can do it.
Hmm.
As she claws and dig at the hardened water to get
You
to the other
scrape away
rocky.
at it, but apart from 5 minutes of scratch, you barely see a scratch.
Were
At
there more
this,
of these?
sorry,
Were there more shards at the beach that
no,
was from her?
not you've not seen any. You can like look back.
See any looking from the distance?
No, let me perception check.
17.
There are none. And even if there were, you would probably have to sift through the entirety of this beach to find a speck. You think, well, it's the ocean. Everything that goes in comes out at some point. Probably gonna end up at the shore at some time.
Um, she's not very far away from it, right?
It's 40 feet down and out of vision.
Would you know, based on the slow movement of this thing, how long it could potentially take
To get back to
to
shore or to the floor of the ocean?
get back to shore?
Well, anywhere from 5 minutes to a millennia. I've not seen anything being washed up on shore.
Um, but since it is going down, what's keeping her from going down if that thing is going down?
Yeah.
She would try to stand up.
Okay, roll me an acrobatics for balance.
23. Rolled in.
Yeah, you can balance yourself. You still sway a little bit, but you have a good balance.
Um, she'll try to clear her mind of all thoughts and emotions
Mm-hmm.
as she stands there.
A wisdom save.
So,
It's still very hard for you to do with everything that's happened and is happening. Even more so with this realm being how it is. Kind of everything makes you question. And there's not much you can do about it. Just always been doing that. Can't really suppress that in an instant.
can't really. She she thinks about wanting to get submerged so she can reach the shard on the bottom. She was hoping that standing up would maybe give her enough pressure to or something.
Solid as marble,
Uh,
or more solid than marble, by
Tries,
AC standpoint.
she tries to get some of her blood from the hand, basically, and drip some blood onto the ground to see if it becomes solid or become liquefied in for long enough time so that she can become submerged.
Well, the blood, kind of, the moment it ceases to move, immediately freezes.
She would walk. She would kind of get down to a crawling position again as it's safer as she starts to crawl back towards the beach.
You crawl back. There is a ledge that you need to make for me to save or acrobatics of your choice.
Well,
You barely make it. With balancing with one arm is kind of difficult, but you make your way back to the beach, standing.
oh, she would stand there on the beach looking for the shard,
Hmm.
waiting.
You look around, but you don't see it. In the bushes, although, you see a faint bit of movement. You see one of the bushes kind of wiggles for a moment, and you see some of the grass pieces brush against each other. You do hear something again. You hear almost like a wind chime, you hear a faint from the grass being crystalline over here. at the side of the beach.
Should look in that direction.
You see nothing.
She heard something in the bushes, basically.
Yes.
Uh,
Movement, to be exact.
She would turn around and go closer, but not walk onto the grass because it seems hard.
Okay.
She walks in that direction a bit.
You walk up to the bundles of grass and the kind of bushes made from crystalline black, almost gems, or glass. It's very dull, kind of black. It goes throughout these bushes and kind of trees overhang. And you see this almost land bridge across. It goes like a curve across the shore.
A bridge, you said?
Not a bridge, a land bridge. It's island,
Oh,
pretty much. Or land, connecting to the mountain range in the back. You could have seen.
turns around and looks at the beach again.
You look across the beach. The very tiny shards of things, smaller than D4.
Ponders sifting through all of it, basically taking all of it and putting on the other side, and just probably take weeks. But
No,
just now, let's
lifetimes.
just what she's pondering at the moment. Then something to do while waiting for that shard to come back. Like, well, if I'm gonna spend a lifetime doing that, thinks to herself, may as well check out what's on that island first. As she can head over the land bridge in the direction of that island.
Roll me a perception check and a survival check.
Fuck, I do it again. Perception was a 7 on the survival too, right?
Yes.
I hit 7 and a 4.
Okay, you walk around, kind of here and there. You loom around, kind of thinking about your sister and everything, kind of a little bit out of your mind. You walk around, kind of to the side here. So if I want to give you a shape, basically, ooh, it's a little large. Basically, you have the beach here. It goes like a curve, and it goes towards here. So you have a bunch of like sand around there. Just so you know how it looks.
Mm.
It's basically a land bridge. But yeah, you make your way along the shore, kind of all around, and through the bushes. As you hear a "Hey, you," of the voice of your sister.
Do not know. Kind of like not knowing
Within,
if it's.
somewhere
Mm.
within the bushes.
Mm. She's unsure if it's just her mind playing pranks on her, or if it's realm, or if it's her
As you
sadness, or if
hear
it's her very
hide and seek.
her head tries to say, "Sure, I'll play with you." She smiles, and she heads in the direction of the voice.
Okay, roll me another survival or an acrobatics of your choice, as it came within the bushes and trees.
Hmm. 18 on the acrobatics.
Okay, you try to follow the voice and you kind of try to avoid all these sharp crystalline bushes, grass, trees, as you see footprints in the sand.
Dude, put your own foot down into it. See if it's bigger or smaller than hers.
Smaller.
Mm.
It's kind of like sandals or light shoes.
Partly snapping out of her state a little bit because, you know, my like, well, like, it's, it could have just been me wandering around here being like mad, crazy or something. But like, oh, it's actually smaller. Maybe it is actually real. Things.
As you look at them and you think
Mm.
about they being real, they disappear. Almost in a blur into sand.
Do you see where the footprints lead?
Yes. Basically, you see another footstep forwards, and then all of them disappear.
She'll head in the direction of the footprints, and
Well,
the direction they went.
yes,
So,
you follow straight into the direction that they went in, and you make your way to the other side of the island, apparent, up after some time. You see some faint hills, almost mountain-like, and the red light is a little stronger on that side, almost like a morning. But you've been here for hours now, and no colors in the sky moved, not a falling star or shooting star, not the moon, not a singular piece, anything moved. Everything still seems perfectly still,
puts her
almost
hand in front.
transcended in time. Sorry?
No, she puts her hand in front of like the moon that has that light.
Hmm?
She kind of like look between her fingers, like sort of thing,
Hmm?
or she
You kind of try to get the curve of the moon with the hand,
sort of yeah,
try to see if it moves.
yeah, a little bit. If it's like the slightest movement at all,
There's not.
good. And so she see no more footprints. She look around for the voice or tracks or where she thinks that her sister is.
Nothing really, but you hear a bark.
Hmm. She'd walk towards the bar and
It comes
getting a
out
lump,
of a bush.
kind of gets a lump in her stomach. She walks kind of like in that direction, but not wanting to get too close to the bushes. But does it seem like the sound is getting closer to her?
Yes.
She sort of gets where it's safe still, and then she sort of waits for it to come closer.
Well, you go up to the bush where you heard it from. It still comes
Mm.
out of the bush. You hear a mixture of whimper and bark.
Goes to kind of like scratch her left hand or whichever hand. Tries to scratch the other hand, kind of like the biceps almost there, but it's not there anymore. She's kind of like, oh, can't do that anymore.
You scrape the side of your chest,
Yeah, it's like,
like your
mm,
ribs.
yeah, like, mm,
Feels different.
yeah, like, not the same thing.
No,
It's a little bit annoyed.
but no, the bark and the whimper, are kind of still there.
She just like, Fluffy? Does she hear her own voice?
You do?
Is that you, Fluffy? I'm over here. Come, buddy. Come here. come to me, Puffy. They're always kind of
Nothing
like, okay.
really changes.
Uh, she would try to navigate around the bushes so she can see what was inside or around them.
Okay, so
If
you
she
like
can.
try to like roll me sleight of hand to move some of the sharp leaves.
Well, um, she's thinking that does it seem like it is inside of the bush, or
Yes,
she was like thinking
yes,
of
it's inside of
behind
the
it?
bush.
Yeah. And doesn't seem like she can cast spells, but she had the armor of Agathis on before, right? Uh, or
Correct.
does it cantrip? So it seems like things you casted before works, but you can't apply. You can't cast anything new, or
Correct.
could that have
That
cantrip?
is true.
So yeah, so good. 8.
You gently move some of the leaves. As you do so, you kind of look into the bush. You see a dog in almost this white fur, tainted in blood over its entire body, pierced by sharp leaves. As you blink, you see the sharp leaves have the shapes of daggers and swords.
So you ponder where she is and what this is about, because Waff is dead.
As
Do
you
dogs go to the Shadowfall? She thinks for a moment.
as you kind of look into the bush and you think at that, you see the dog look at you and go limp.
Down. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. Can't protect anything. She able to. Is it too far in to kind of like try to pet it?
Well, it's limp, but you can try, sure. Roll me another sleight of hand.
Try and do so with the hairs because you know that it can be sharp
Yes.
when. You know that it can be sharp when. Uh,
Things are still, yes.
uh, so, yeah, be aware of that. You'll do it in the right direction. Not great.
Meets it beats us the second time, Jesus. But yeah, you kind of like use your stump of an arm to hold the leaves in place. It stings a little bit, but you can hold it steady. So you extend your hand slowly and kind of press over the fur. It feels like bristles, almost like mm, icicles, very thin and needles. But just go along the lines of its hair, and this kind of everything aligns on over the shoulder and the head, and the way down. It feels soft for just a moment.
Just filling up her heart as she can not bite her lip, but trying to hold it in. Sort of unable to. She then gets out of there.
Give me a wisdom save.
Mm, blood.
No, no, not because of
Okay.
that.
22.
It's you already been through that. You already experienced a death. Having this death replay in front of your eyes isn't such a shocker when you already know it's dead. The moment you've seen its fur, there's almost this silence for just a moment. We already know it's real. We already completed this, and it's fine. This kind of feels like a very goodbye.
Got to pet it one more time.
Yeah.
Tries to take solace in that. So takes a few steps away.
You take a few steps
Mhm.
backwards.
Kinda looks up at the moon. Am I just here to be tormented? Or still keeping meaningless? And just say to herself, she would start to walk around and explore the island a bit. Uh, there was a tip, sort of.
Yeah.
She'd try and walk out more towards this direction.
Yeah, you can. Move yourself. Suit
Yeah,
yourself.
yeah. So she would walk more outwards here to see what is there.
Yeah. You go like closer to the edge. There's this steep, almost hill going down. You see this kind of bladed grass all around the floor, and you see the reflection of this red moon, almost this eclipse all around. As you kind of close your eyes and you kind of hone in into this almost moment of your own inner silence, you feel watched. Almost this eerie, like sixth sense, almost like tingling in your neck. You've had it a few times before when people you couldn't have seen, couldn't know about, aimed at you with a bow or with magic. Almost as something isn't right. Something isn't. Something's amiss. Almost too silent.
She not looking, kind of looks to the side for a moment. Instead of looking behind her, she was sort of dropped. Uh, she was sort of dropped to the ground, and then she would sort of look behind her.
So, down and then around.
Yeah, as sort of like been in situations like that before, like like they feeling washed. If you turn around, and there's not, you're gonna get shot. It's better to instead like, okay, you feel what? Safe than sorry. Just drop down to the ground. Harder to shoot you because you can't be seen. Like it's way harder to shoot you. She kind of like drops down to the ground and sort of like rolls and look behind her. It's sort of like an instinctual thing to feeling watched initially.
You look around, and there's, well, this almost rocky surface and trees, nothing else. You look down onto your like knees and your lower legs. As you look down, you see the lower parts of your leg around here is pierced with the grass, almost like sharp needles, pinning you in place. You're now stuck at prone.
And, well, could she was she able what was she even able to walk on the grass?
Yes, you do wear boots. It kind of folds the grass as you carefully step atop it. Sometimes it broke. You hear a snap or two, but as you drop down to dodge whatever you think you're feeling, you feel it, but it doesn't hurt at all.
And, well, okay. again. And you should try and like carefully move her limbs in a way that she can get loose.
Sleight of hand.
15.
As you try to like pull out the pieces of grass slowly out of your legs, you kind of look down and you try to like, fiddle it out. You hear a singular footstep behind you.
As she kind of like this is not a good situation to be in. It's like this is dangerous. Kind of she thinks that she potentially is in danger. She sounds like stop to laugh a bit. Just finds it funny. And then she sort of smiles. Uh, Probably a little bit of a psychotic smile as she kind of like turns around to look.
You turn around to look. I've posted this picture already, and there's a footstep of like a man, right? But you look around and you see this bot commands.
Oh, you posted it multiple ones.
Yes.
That's right. Mm. Mm. You again. Nice to see you here.
The cat, as you speak a few words to it, walks around you to the front and sits down. It stares at you almost
Uh,
eeringly.
mm. Her head's kind of followed. She'd probably normally be scared. But she, you her madness, whatever, basically just makes it sort of like she thinks it's funny. She smiles and looks at him. Or
The cat with red eyes and this almost flamey, hueish aura looks at you as it licks its palm, looks at you, and you hear a deep voice.
she copies its movement and also licks the upside of her hand for some reason.
Okay, so to mimic its movement, and you hear going through your mind a voice. What are you that you made your way here?
Hmm. Hmm. What I am? Hmm. An elf, vampire, fiance, a boat follower of Shard. Take your pick. It's hard to define what you are when you're don't really know yourself. Everything that you are and aren't. I don't even know what I am at the moment. A child, it appears. A younger version of me. Hmm. Who knows?
The cat stopped licking its palm and looks up. Hmm. Well, the only thing I've seen that you are is stuck. Stuck on the ground, in your mind, in your life, in your afterlife, and with every decision that you make.
Wrong. I should let go. I know that logically. but I guess my emotions are like my anchor. This is probably not even as real as I think it is. She looks down.
You
Can't let go
feel,
of my sister.
you feel fur on your shoulder, but no weight. The cat peers at you for just a moment. In any case, you can't stay here. You, you feel the cat is worried about something. Certainly not itself, if it approaches a stranger like this.
This is such a nice vacation place. I love the beach. Love what you done with the place. Although it's a bit dangerous.
The cat looks at you, and you hear going through your mind, give me a reason I don't kill you here. One reason.
And the one.
One chance.
Hmm. Thinks in her, she kind of like, just thinks in her mind, like, what she wanna say, like, because I'm so goddamn cute. This is what she's thinking, but like, no,
Ah, no, that
I
shit
don't
gets me
think he
killed.
has. Like, I don't think he has. I don't think he has uh,
That kind
that
of
much
humor.
of a humor. Uh,
Nah, that cat probably doesn't have that much chill.
yeah. No, that can still be useful to her.
Roll me persuasion or deception of your choice. And roll
Well,
with
I mean,
advantage.
deception is higher, but she's not. I mean, mm,
She's not lying. I know that.
yeah,
Whatever is
yeah.
higher.
I guess you could turn it like she don't know how much value she would give
Yes,
her
pretty much.
because
You believe.
self doubt. She know that she can be useful. It's just not okay how much
Yeah.
question. Um,
And
yeah,
the second
I'm
one,
gonna.
you have advantage anyway.
Oh yeah. Mm, um,
Want to use that last lucky?
sure, why not?
Just me being a kind dungeon master, telling you that.
That's 20.
I hate my life. It's a crit. Fuck.
That's
I
probably
need a secret.
probably just the person you want to crit on as well, based on out of character. What I've been hearing. Uh,
I should
okay.
have killed you long ago. Ah, fuck. It's just all coming together for shit show for me. Oh no. Why?
I would have sympathy for you, but you cannot back yourself.
So
Oh,
I could dig myself out.
yeah.
Because I always bring a shovel.
Bring shovel.
Yes, for the. It's both good for the corpses of the dead and for the living.
Oh, and can always smack people with it as well.
Nah,
One
you
way.
just bury them alive. That's a win. No. You're level 9, right?
Yeah.
It's 2 to 3. 72 or a. Roll me 6 of your hit dice.
1 second.
Yes, 6 hit dice plus your Constitution modifier.
I'm on 0. Stats. So,
Yeah, 6 hit dice.
so is it 6 hit dice?
Yes.
One level warlock, so that's yeah. 24.
Okay, and 6 times your con modifier is what?
Wow. I mean, are you going to a +1 being the lowest, or
No. What's your con modifier?
well, it's 10, it's 0.
Okay, it's 0. So you recover 24 max hit points.
Isn't that 6 times the con modifier be transferred into something else though? What is a 0?
Yeah, it's 0. 6 times
Yeah.
0 is 0. So yeah, you recover 24 maximum hit points. And they're full. So you have 25 now. The cat looks at you, right? And you've seen that type of magic being used by Shehu before. It's the kind of tempering with the kind of line in between life and death. The cat is a grave cleric.
Hmm. Yeah, she would actually say it. Oh, your magic is similar to Cherry's.
The cat looks
You
at
know
you.
him?
The cat looks at you, right?
Mm.
As you basically feel this almost gray, black, and blue kind of magic hue around you. The cat basically bites into the kind of grass below, and it kind of almost transfers that life energy stored in it to you. As the cat looks up at you, and it says, in your mind, as you see the eyes kind of close a little bit, or fully close, which you haven't seen before. You stared at it for like solid 3 minutes before. Closed its eyes. It kind of takes this like almost pounce position, right? Looks at you for the last time and says, don't follow. As it just basically misty steps. But you don't see where it ends up. It's just gone.
Mm. Okay. Didn't he say that she should leave here? Shouldn't be here.
Well, I guess it changed its mind.
No, no. As she looks around, like, while they're playing Frozen in Time, guess we have some more time to spend together. She smiles.
Talking to herself.
Yeah.
Roll me a perception check.
14.
You spot a spot on where the kind of part of the mountain goes down towards the beach at the very almost tip of this, well, island. You spot there's a kind of almost circle where the waves slowly move and almost blur back where they once were. Almost time moving backwards.
Hmm,
You
that's
see
interesting.
this like 40-foot radius of just time reversal in the waves at the very tip of the island.
You start walking towards it.
Okay, you make your way down this mountain. I need a dexterity saving throw.
Mm, Non-acrobatics.
No dex save. I'm sorry. It's
18.
good though. Yeah, you
Mm,
stumble forward and you kind of manage to keep yourself on your feet. It looks very like hurling forwards and kind of like almost pushing your entire momentum and staying straight. And you basically launch your 1 foot forwards and you end up in this like almost down position and you force yourself back up because with one arm it's kind of hard to balance yourself, but you still manage to as you make your way close to the
like,
very edge of this place.
um,
You see almost footprints going away from this place, but the effect is here, whatever it does.
hmm, man. Is it out in the out on the water?
No, not on the water. It's centered across almost the very edge of the water.
You'd walk there. As she's curious. And in her mind, she has nothing but time.
That
Um,
is anything but wrong.
yeah.
Okay,
Mm,
you make your way there. Roll me another perception check at advantage.
You need to teach me how to preset these later. It's a
Yes.
6. The
You
passive higher.
the passive. What's your passive?
13. So passive.
Okay. You hear faint words, or at least something verbal, almost going through your mind. It's like a background whisper. It seems to almost linger in the air.
Mm. But you don't hear where it's coming from. But you know
Yes.
the direction. So what does she see around her as she's in the direction that she went? What is further down there?
Well, the shore.
Mm. And that's seemingly where the prints and the voice came from.
No, it seems to linger all across this 40-foot radius,
Hmm.
almost like a tube. You can feel it in your feet, in your blood, in your head, almost resonating everything.
Should walk around trying to find the border of kind of like walks
Yeah.
around it. And and after having tried to find like how big it is and how
Hmm?
wide, she would then try to find the absolute midpoint.
Okay. So with your heel, you basically scrape or try to scrape into the sand that's not frozen in time.
Hmm.
You feel this very hard edge of soft sand.
Hmm. That's a little bit.
You kind of almost draw like straight lines and wait up where they meet.
Almost, yeah. She tries to find the midpoint where she heard like the whispers where they stop and where she feel this energy.
Yeah.
Tries to basically get the radius of it and the midpoint.
As you do
It,
so, you feel magic, but it's not arcane.
does it feel like she can cast? So,
No, but
or does it
you
seem?
can try to figure out what kind of magic it is. It's not
Hmm,
an arcana check. It's a
religion.
d20.
Okay.
Yes, with intelligence.
Okay. So not religion or arcana, it's just D20 with intelligence.
Yes, but you're proficient in religion? Then just pick religion.
Yes,
Yeah, then
yes.
just pick
Serious
religion then.
proficiency.
Yeah, okay, then just pick religion.
22.
As you feel this almost faint magic, it's not Shadowfell, it's not like the Shadow Touched or anything you have like from your race. It feels very close to this almost blackened orb you felt before when you were presumably dead and dead and dead.
Mhm.
Almost death in a matryoshka. But you kind of see, almost scraped in sand. It starts to move. As you feel the sand shift under your boot, even.
Mhm. She gets kind of like curious as you kind of moves the sand with her foot a little bit where it moves,
Hmm.
as she's sort of thinking that something may pop out of it or something will happen. So she kind of like just moves a little bit of the sand and then like take a step backward or
Mm.
two.
You move a little bit of the sand and you see almost scraped or written onto it symbols. I assume you have Abyssal innately still from being a vampire?
Yeah.
Okay. Roll me a investigation at disadvantage.
Um,
Okay.
hey. Uh,
You see the symbols, but they make no sense in this configuration, and some of them are even unknown to you. Even though if you should speak and read and write every single word of it, you can make no sense out of it. It seems older than anything written that Edwin had on a scroll or anything else, any runes, any magic. As you see bit by bit this almost circular, almost circle, magic circle runes appear bit by bit. I had it prepared. I hope I had it prepared.
that is pretty interesting. Her arm started to heal. Oh,
Mm, no.
and she was got
It
that.
didn't just
Got that.
reattach, I'm sorry.
No, but he has closed itself at least.
Yes. Let me just fetch that real quick.
Got the hand with the stick.
Yes.
That kind of
that
way.
got that got cut away, yeah.
Okay. Well, that's
That solves one problem of your wrist being fucked, yeah.
yeah.
I prepared it for exactly this, so I didn't have to change it. Didn't have to refine it, but I guess I have to do it anyway.
Liquid cat.
Hmm. Yeah, liquid cat. Yeah.
You know, some to be sure. think she really needs to see a therapist. Would seeing a therapist reduce sanity points? Would make sense.
There we go.
At the very least, she moon, char, kind of like maybe purple. Well, not sure, maybe, but could also be something else.
I think I can do this. Oopsie. Hey, that worked. Way too well. The circle appears.
Oh, this could be interesting.
Hmm.
As she studies the way that the patterns light up and everything. Hmm. Tries to kind of like put the symbol and the markers and how they are to
Mm-hmm.
memory. Not at all knowing what it does, but you know,
Sure, roll me a flat d20.
it'd be good to know.
No clue.
Five.
No clue.
Hmm. Well, it's
You
more or
you
less just
you
trying to
kind of go
memorize
through
it.
the pattern of like runic arcane symbols and everything you've seen before, and the kind of even the activation or whatever is causing this is even obscure to you. And you think of yourself as a master of magic sometimes. Like you pulled up some major magic feats here and there, alteration and creative use of magic. But this, no,
Yeah,
no clue. It doesn't even seem like a reverse. It just seems sporadic and weird.
it fascinates her though, and then sort of like a little tingle of happiness come to her as through all this sorrow and bad stuff. Studying magic and like magic she don't understand, and just magic and studying it in general, it
Hmm.
has always been like comfort to her.
Hmm.
As just seeing this thing she don't understand and trying to figure it out, it's actually brings some happiness to her.
Okay, well, as this thing doesn't seem to move or change anymore, you see the water seems to move. You see this kind of crescent open part between the two, well, almost pointy pieces of this crescent moon points towards the sea and is directly at the shoreline. You see no wave touches the symbol.
She nods towards the symbol and she walks in the direction where the symbol sort of like lines or beam or whatever you said basically points or shine
Okay,
as she looks what it seems to be trying to show her.
so it
Or
points at the, well, shoreline, so you walk into the water.
um, is water? Yeah, I mean it's not a river, so
No, it's open sea.
yeah, yeah. It's not a river, so you know,
It's
yeah.
not even really running water.
Running River is it's rivers.
Yeah, yeah. It's not a river.
Yeah.
It's the sea. It's the difference. But yeah,
So yeah, so she would she would look back at it one more time and sort of like, well, if anything, this is a time to have faith. Thinks to herself. She walks in.
you walk into the water. As you walk forwards, the water seems moving, but nothing changes as you're like in knee height.
Keep walking. Um, she don't really need to breathe.
Hmm, true. So you submerge yourself?
Submerge.
Okay. As you do so, you kind of put your head underwater and you kind of take another step forward and you basically look back and see the surface of the water is frozen.
You, you that should concern you. She thinks to herself, but it doesn't.
Hmm.
It's like, okay. As she keep going in the direction that you said
As
there
you
was a
take,
beam or a shine or a line.
mm, no, as I said, the kind of shine of this symbol in purple
Hmm.
disappears
Oh.
as
But
the
originally it was
water at the top freezes. Yes, at first it was a faint line in the water.
okay.
As this faint glow disappears slowly but surely, you kind of look around. You take another step forward as the water basically almost in the snap of a finger time instantly freezes.
Whoop. Hmm.
I say
Can she
instant
even, you know,
frozen.
sort of smiles a bit if she even can. Like,
You can.
oh,
And
and
you really like have to like force your cheeks like backwards and then upwards and back again, like
yeah,
forward.
yeah. So you should look around to see if you see the shore.
You don't.
Don't have anything else to do but look. Moment.
You don't. Everything, the kind of light, even the dim light that exists here, seems to fracture in this glass and like a kaleidoscope. You can't even see beyond like 2 centimeters in front of you. You do, in the distance though, spot a silhouette sitting on the ocean floor as you suspended almost like 5 feet above like this the kind of sand on the bottom and 5 feet
Hmm.
above you is the water surface. You can spot with your eyes if you like really try it.
Something? Is it? Yeah. Something. Huh. Um, she's pretty sure that that thing can't hear her, but she would kind of, hello, you there? See you? No.
Roll me a perception check.
Fine.
Mm-hmm. Spot in the distance a person not facing your way, just calmly sitting on the ocean floor.
Is that person moving?
No. Can post your picture.
Hmm.
And yes, the butterfly is there.
That is the butterfly moving?
Yes,
Hmm.
fairly so. Not even, you don't even see water move. There's just basically nothing there. Almost everything kind of, like as you look forward, you see this kaleidoscoping kind of light. So every inch forward seems to be less and less water. Almost stopped to exist. Almost vanished.
Just kind of sit, like I'll be there and observe the creature that she
See a
kind of
girl with almost neck long hair and a dress. You see the butterfly kind of flap its wings twice or thrice, and she kind of holds out her finger, right? But like this, to like land on top of the finger. And the moment the butterfly gets close, it falls out of the air onto the ocean ground. You see it shatters like glass into tiny pieces, into the
that's amazing.
same tiny shards that are scattered all throughout the beach.
So he starts to think that this is probably her place. In one way or another, he can make that happen. Or maybe it's just a powerful being here. She try to think if she reminds her of anyone that she's seen before.
History
Kind of
check.
like the demeanor. Because I don't know if she had this form or not when she and Shahu met her.
She didn't have any form. She was in the robes and possessing and body jumping.
I mean at that castle thing when he took her there.
Yeah,
I don't
you've
know.
seen her before, but she looked a little different, like clothing wise, but apart from that, yeah, it's the same person.
15.
Yeah, it's the same person. It's the same hair
Yeah.
and kind of posture. And you spot this faint red across almost her full eyes on the side, faintly. It's very vibrant, more than Edwin's.
Um,
It's a powerful trait of the undead.
Get a smile on her face, is, you know, looking at her clothing, her back, and his ears, and as she thinks back, and I like, hmm, and like, she's cute. Thinks first, there's first reaction, sort of like, wait, I've seen her somewhere before. Uh, it's like the demeanor is the first thing that kind of reminds her as she thinks back to like the castle and sort of like being possessed by someone. I'd kind of like, yeah, it's a little bit personal, sharing the body. Maybe it's just feeling, but yeah, she said she do reminds her of that person. So sort of that medicine. It says frozen in ice or thinks.
Okay, roll me a flat d20.
Fine.
Okay, what's his stealth modifier?
There's a +4.
Okay, well, you are not moving and you are physically not been seen, but you feel seen. It seems like she already noticed you, like long time ago.
Makes her think back to when she felt watched first, and like, oh, she must have. I know then already, or even before. Hmm.
You have this almost same taste in your mouth and kind of same feeling that you had when you first, well, appeared in the Shadowfell.
What taste is that? Hmm.
Soil, mud,
Hmm.
almost. Water and dirt.
Interesting feeling.
It's a little bit salty of the salt water.
Uh, she's, she gets a little bit calm as it is something familiar, somewhat familiar. As, you know, been this constant, like, just uh, stress of survival or, like,
It's
just,
a hallucination again.
yeah, and stuff. But,
You can't
like,
scratch yourself, you don't know.
uh, you like, uh, it, but it, she's seeing someone familiar, and is it realistic? Not. Mm, who cares at this point? It's
Even if
it's not
it's
like I
not.
can do much.
Yeah.
It's not like I can do much anyways. Let's assume that it's real, and so she sort of feel happy seeing her a bit as she is sort of like looks at her what she's doing because she can't really do much else. Mm, you know, feels pretty content just serving her.
Okay. You preserve her as you see her kind of like with her hand goes over the kind of tiny shards on the sea floor. You see tiny specks of dust move and settle in the air and then stop moving. She does eventually look around, but as she does, she disappears from your vision. You basically only see like a faint look over her shoulder, and you see this almost, well, smoke suspended in water, almost, and it just lingers and disappears. It's soundless.
It's it gets a little sad. Disappears. Nothing else to watch now. Nothing more familiar.
You feel something, like on your back.
Hmm.
You see, as you're kind of like frozen with your arm like forward, you see strings across your wrists and your shoulders, kind of like almost um, what you put on Christmas trees in gold and silver, almost
Origami.
draping off. Yes, lametta. Um, kind of almost drooping off as you feel one of the strings move and slide across your skin.
Like, slight giggle.
You hear faint, almost humming. Lingering in the air, or the sea and the waters. You also hear this liquid motion around you as you've seen the kind of smoke disappear. This faint of the water.
Her eyes closing slightly, kind of like you do when you're relaxed. As just a smile on her face a bit as the humming calmed her down a little bit. Her first like, what is this? Kind of, is this fear? Should I be scared? It's funny. And then the
Am I
humming sort
dying
of like
again?
calmed her mind. Yeah, the humming calmed her mind down.
Okay. Um, The strings disappear from vision one by one. You feel a bunch more across your body. You feel the water slowly starts to almost boil around you, from ice to water, and then to nothing. Not even like steam, just it disappears. Piece by piece. You start to move again, and you look, and your arm is back.
Mm, mm.
Melting together
So,
undeads is not that hard.
I guess it's not here. So instead of turning around, sort of um, gets down on her knees, right? She kind of like bow her head down a little bit. And, nice seeing you again. Or, you know, long time no see. But she says, as, you know, she gets down on her knees basically because, uh,
Yeah,
her position
you
in
droop
the
out of this
SFA.
liquid and you kind of like make your way forward, kind of head a little bit down. You would hear nothing for quite some while.
Getting no answer. And,
There's no answer.
like after a little bit, she would sort of like turn her head to look around her.
You kind of peer around your shoulder and you see her with just closed eyes. Roll me a perception check.
11.
You kind of like peer around and you don't see her move a muscle, right? But you do feel almost your memories being well, not surged or anything, but touched. Nothing is being like
So,
moved, removed, or changed or altered. But
so
she definitely knows.
she kind of like turns around, so she instead like sitting facing her, but she kind of like still on her knees, sort of like, you know what I mean, like sitting on your
Yeah, yeah,
the back of your foot basically.
yes.
As she then closes her eyes and sort of like tries to open up her mind to it,
Okay,
to make it easier for her.
you you never had been doing any of that kind before.
Mm,
You have a very
No,
strong, almost passive mental barrier that you've been
yeah.
developing for all of your life. So roll me a wisdom save or a spell attack.
Mm, ah, I don't know which, but yeah. Um,
Because you've been always doing it with your kind of magic, so you would probably try that
mm,
first.
yeah, 9. She
It's very
just
hard to get rid of habits.
yeah, it's kind of like habit. She's because she's doing like she's putting her faith in and trust in her, and she also knows that if she wanted her dead, she could have just done it very easily. Uh, so and she also
If
like
she
she
wanted
wants
you dead, you would have probably
mm,
never went here, or could have never gotten here in the first place.
yeah, um,
But
she
yeah,
don't want to hide anything from her. She tries to kind of remind it.
you try to like still your mind, but
Yeah,
as you do so, basically you're kind of passive, and your subconsciousness takes over, and this has always been for you your kind of stake of survival.
Yeah.
and
Someone
defensiveness.
starts.
So it's just like you feel this mental pressure going through your mind, right? And it gives you a headache for just like a moment. It almost like drags on your body, and you feel almost this weak limp through your body for just a moment. And now I need a wisdom saving throw. No, charisma saving throw.
Five. Seven. Five.
Jeez. Your mental is so overwhelmed that you lose all senses, including your sense for self and your subconsciousness for a flicker of a moment.
Like, and
Yeah,
then she kind of like
basically,
fall. Yeah, she like fall over backward or forward, sort of like, or like, I mean, in the position she's in, I guess she would just
you're just
lump
paralyzed
over.
for, yeah. It's like,
Lump.
yeah. Yeah,
Like,
you feel very, very cold. So cold that I need a wisdom saving throw.
again.
Yes.
Well, uh,
Oh,
13.
you. Oh, trust me. You think you're dead. You've been a vampire for a long time, but you think you're truly dead now.
Like,
Because you have no senses and you feel nothing but cold.
so this is what true that feels like. A little bit cold, but guess I could get used to this. Besides, if it weren't for it just me and my thoughts. Kind of like what you thinking.
You you basically almost feel this eternal drifting through afterlife for just a moment. As you're alone with only your thoughts and vast black. Everything is crazy cold to the point where you can't move or feel or do anything. As you feel magic around you. And you feel still stared at more than ever before.
I guess she mental blushes a bit. Because like
You can't, but
like
yes.
no, but you know what I mean. Like okay, you like
Yeah, yeah, the
think
mental
like
emotion is embarrassment, kind of.
yeah, like imagine like you're laying in a sensory deprivation tank entirely naked and you just feel someone staring at you. But not just that, they stare into your soul.
Yeah, pretty much. Um, yeah. You feel, hmm, well, it's not comfortable at all,
Hmm.
but you feel that something is affecting you. You spot the person almost in a flicker around you every once in a while, poking at you, like with a finger. Basically, poke, misty step, poke.
At first it's
Like
like
way too fast to comprehend.
um, at first like like ow, but like oh okay, and then like wait, is she is she playing with me? As she kind of like gets a smile, it's like I didn't think she had this much of a like is this her sense of humor? She's like playing around, you think, for a moment, like, or is this like a part of the process of whatever she's doing? She can't be sure, but it's she finds it's amusing and funny, and it's something else than just not feeling anything in her thoughts. So she thinks she likes it.
Almost through a third person view, or second person view in this case,
Yeah,
you see yourself in a completely pale white hand with a almost blackened glove, almost flicking the hair, and it just kind of sinks very slowly back down as this kind of flicker of vision disappears.
she don't have a body, so she can't move, can't really speak either. She can just think basically. I think, right?
Yes. It is
And
only mental.
you know, you don't want to disturb her process of what she's doing. But did she stop the flickering out in and out and poking?
Yes.
Um, hmm.
You still hear the humming going on.
Hmm. I guess you would in her mind sort of like she thinks back on that. Then maybe it's because there's that childlike body state before, just because it's escapism from realism. But as she was basically like this teleporting in and out and poking her, she starts basically thinking like because you have herself that is like the younger self, and then she basically pictures like what Madison looks like, but younger, and basically on a grassy field where both of them are basically like shadow stepping or misty stepping in and out, and basically where you need to touch each other, like,
Yeah, yeah,
and then
tag.
oh now it's your. They're basically
Tag. Yeah.
playing tag, and she basically like that's like what she's picturing.
Afterlife tag in
And
her
she's
own
like,
mind, yeah.
yeah, and she kind of like starts to medically laugh at that because thinks it's funny and so, like adorable. Cute. As that's what she got thinking of when that in and out thing happened. But that's probably not even what it was. That's definitely not what it was. But that's where her mind went. She knows that it's not what it was, but it's like, yeah, like that would have been fun.
Yeah.
After
But
all,
you kind of think at that when kind of everything from this black slowly starts to, well, reappear in your vision. A almost mirror-like black mirror on the bottom, and you see a faint light. It has no specific source, and it's just perfectly flat, infinite. The sky is black as your feet touch the ground.
could
You
sort of
see her.
move around her hands for a moment before opening her eyes.
Uh, there we are. You look around with your eyes for a moment, and you just see this black and plain. You almost see this like spotlight that just dies out, pretty much. And you see the floor has this innate faint glow. It's very dim, like 2 lumens. Like you could lose like if you drop a plane of glass on it, you will never find it again.
That big.
Yes.
So it's a basically a big shadowy world that is extremely expanding and large. Is that what you say, basically?
Yes, it's perfectly
Uh,
horizontal.
tilts her head. Fascinating. She thinks to herself. Um,
She
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 see?
she's like 5 feet in front of you. You see a creature, black hair and a dress just around the hips and almost stockings and light shoes. She has these almost extrusions out of the back. They almost look like wings, but they're not like feathers or meant for flying at all. You see 3 of them on the right side in deep crimson red, sharp, almost scissor-like blades on it. And on the left, you see purple, bluish, almost spearheads.
She she facing away from her basically, or is she facing her?
I sent you a picture in bot commands and in pixel NPCs.
Oh,
There we go. I'm changing this to. Okay. She's looking over her shoulder at you. She
yeah,
mm,
yeah.
just knows everything about you, but
Her eyes would. I mean, I say if
hmm?
it's like just like that picture, her eyes would not be able to not look kind of like you know that area that is exposed a little bit. She's smart. Just oh, that's rude to spare. She looks up,
Roll me a stealth or deception check of your choice.
but she tries to play it off. 11.
Yes, young Shavir is just trying to hide something. Yeah, that's not really happening. You kind of look at it and you like look away and you get like a little red and you get a little stiff throughout your
Kind of like
entire body.
just nice forms and just oh, wasn't looking. Oh,
But yeah, she looks at you, right? Takes a moment for her to turn around to you, and you see her like turn around, take a step, and you hear her almost land behind you. You feel her chin on your shoulder.
As she teleports behind her, she kind of like her shoulders go up slightly and her head go down.
Yeah,
She's not sure if she's gonna get disciplined or what's gonna happen. As she then get a hand on her shoulder, you said, or
her chin.
oh, her shin on her.
Shoulder.
Oh, hmm, hmm, like smiles and look that way,
Yeah,
like she's resting on it, basically. Like,
yeah, almost.
hmm, hmm, she smiles and look that way.
Yeah, you look that way, and going through your head is, why is your soul so red? As you kind of
Kind of like,
feel her finger like poking like into your ribs from the other side, almost poking at you.
like the tickles. She says, um, I don't know. Uh, I've had red eyes as far as I can remember, but at some point I didn't. But then, you know, probably know I got turned into a vampire. Maybe that's why? Or I
She looks
honestly
at
don't
you, right?
know.
She looks at you, and like you can be as comfortable as you want to be, right? You look at her for a moment, and it grips you in absolute like almost paralyzing fear for a moment. Like I don't care how much of a mentally sturdy motherfucker any of you are, but those eyes, you kind of look at them, right? That's a person. And it's like somebody kills for fun, but this is different. The person just kills like breathing.
She looks down and kind of like scared looking down. She trembles a bit, like it's not something I choose. If
As
you ask or
you
want,
you feel the finger like going down your ribs, and
shivers. Like,
she's not weak. You feel your ribs like getting a lot of pressure. It's not weak. almost hear this going down. It tickled
Yeah,
as
I
you
guess you would say
hear,
like, but still scared.
as you hear, well, guess I chose it.
Jimmy, that's
You,
what I heard.
as the finger goes down your ribs and kind of pokes like almost where your kidney is, right? Kind of pokes into it, not into the kidney, but like into your skin.
Mm.
She holds basically to the side of you, right? As you feel a little bit of the nails prick your skin,
Makes like
you
face expression like,
you
but don't do this.
you remember the exact moment your soul turned red. You see stone and floor and a wall. Person leaning to the side of one wall, and you still remember the moment when you kind of held your neck and you looked away and you seen this kind of flashy, blurry image of Edwin. Biting into your neck.
She would kind of put her hand at where that was, that wound had been.
Twitch.
Just
Like
kind of like,
strong, twitchy, like, ugh.
uh,
Yeah.
puts the hand there and sort of seems to get lost in thoughts a bit as she thinks back of it.
Yeah,
And hey,
you feel across like your neck where you've been bitten, and you feel this going like from like to the side of your chin to your kind of side of your neck down like to your shoulder to both sides. This kind of like reddened mark almost.
um, um, yeah, she seems like she don't like it, but at the same time she's not like gonna try and sugarcoat it. So she attempts to look her right in the eyes, and it
Another
must have
wisdom.
been, yeah, like must have been when I got turned myself. Like 16.
You can do it for a moment.
Yeah,
You don't
look,
really, you can't really hold it. It's just like you look at it and you basically in your mind it's just like you get this twitch of just unearingly.
you know, she hold it for a moment and then just looks down at kind of like her stomach almost, like, kind of like scratch her uniformed hand, like just pet it almost her hand, her arm is like thank you, Bill, but it's always nice to have tea.
This is the mark, by the way, that I have prepared. Buckmats.
That her Madison's eyes, basically.
No, it's the mark
Yeah.
on the chin and neck
Oh, you mean that?
that you have. It's
Oh,
almost like a scar.
mm. Is that like on her? Is that soul wise, basically, or is
Yeah,
that like
yeah,
physical?
yeah. It's on your soul.
Um, I see. Well, am I
She,
interested in her?
the kind of nails come back out of your skin as your
Mm.
flashy vision of Edwin ends now.
Oh, the
Yeah, the vision.
Flashback?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Hmm. Am I tainted in your eyes? Hmm.
You feel the hand that was down kind of goes through the back of your hair, kind of starts to pull them back.
Looks at her mouth, sort of thing, as she had a hard time looking her in the eyes. I looks at the mouth and
It
says,
just like looks a little bit like chin and mouth and nose. Okay.
yeah.
You feel that one hand going through your hair, kind of pulling them back. The other one goes over that mark. And she speaks almost to herself. She whispers in a language. What language do you have?
Um, well, then Abyssal, Common, Elvish, and Rat speech.
Okay, it uses neither of the alphabets, but you can roll me an investigation or religion of your choice, whichever is higher.
Religion.
Okay.
She do know some celestial because of the words and stuff.
Yeah, that's why.
Uh, 20, 30.
Really?
Yeah,
Yes.
there's.
Okay, Jesus. Yeah, you definitely know it's celestial. You can't translate it, but one word you've heard a lot from Shehu is the word curse. It's definitely in it.
Uh,
Because the books you've been given from Shehu are either in Abyssal or Celestial, right? So it's just like, yeah, I can read that, but I can't read that. So it's just like Shehu reading some psalms from it. You've been listening here and there, but not enough
mm,
to fully translate it. As you kind of try to, you only understand the word curse.
like, yes, I suppose it is a curse. She said, common.
She's confused from when she didn't knew that you could have translated it in somehow. Because she knows you've been listening, but she doesn't know that you started to understand Celestial. So guess there's no going back. So her eyes just peer into yours because she was looking at the mark before.
Yeah. See, since she's looking her in the eyes, she's sort of like think it's disrespectful not to look her back in the eyes a little bit. But it's kind of like back and forth a little bit.
You can
I only
try.
left
You can
like
try.
yeah, she'll try. We're still same again, I guess. Uh, 5.
No.
Nah.
You try to, but
I
your
mean,
eyes flicker like away, and just like you get a little dizzy, so you look away. As the finger goes over the mark, it stings like crazy, like to the point where your knees get weak. But you hear going through your mind, you hear. I just didn't know how strong it was. Hmm.
mm, mm. She sort of looks down. Mm, neither do I. Mm,
It's just, you know what that means, do you?
hers?
Do
I
you?
oh, I know the effect. Not really. To be honest, I know what effects it had on me,
Hmm.
but no. But I
That
don't know the
just
extent of it.
that just means there's no afterlife for you.
That sounds bad.
Hmm. Not at all. She smiles for a moment.
Oh, it's her head.
You basically you hear her almost laugh, but there's no sound. Like she just holds her hand in front of her mouth for just like a solid moment, and her eyes close for a fracture.
As the laugh kind of freaks her out, a little bit of freak her, she gets a little bit, and when she gets scared, she thinks it's funny, so she starts laughing. Like,
Yeah, she puts the finger off the mark, right, and your knees, like you're weak. She's been like basically like holding you on your hair, kind of leaning upwards, and it's just like really weird, awkward position. You basically couldn't really hold your legs
yeah.
as she puts the fingers off the mark. You kind of push your legs back.
Tell me how it works, because I don't know. I'm very confused when it comes to it. Just know that a lot of things hurt, and a lot of things want to kill me now.
She looks at you,
Mm.
and she like takes a step back.
Looks down.
She takes a step forward, right? And you see two pointed out fingers at your shoulder.
Looks up and looks at the shoulder, and then looks at her.
You
Kind of like,
you almost finger gun. The thumb touches the index finger, and I need a strength save. DC 30.
she wouldn't necessarily resist, but yeah,
At least brace.
yeah.
Yeah.
Eight.
Basically, you feel almost a nudge of telepathy. Almost a a plink at your shoulder. It's forceful. It doesn't hurt, but it's basically like somebody moved the entire plane instead of you 5 feet as you stagger back onto your feet, basically, after 5 or 10 feet.
Her eyes go
She
big.
she lifts up her finger together and kind of her hand back down, and she says, "A lot of things want to kill other things." She sits down.
She sits down as well. She kind of looks at her hair. Like, I like your hair. She just don't know why she said it. She just caught herself looking at it. As it reminded her, sort of reminds her of hers a little bit, her black hair. But I guess it's a little bit more black. Her hair. Mostly.
Yeah, her hair is like it doesn't reflect light fairly well.
Mm,
Even in this dim kind of light, you see your skin and your kind of hair on the downside refracted a little bit. Hers just matte black, pretty much,
mm,
especially down here. But yeah, she looks at
definitely.
you, almost a little confused for a moment. She smiles
Mm,
and kind of lays on her back, right? And she almost taps her fingers a bit from, and she says, in words, in straight common, she says the words, "You know, I've been sending you People?
Oh, she sort of imagine like two people looking at the stars or clouds, right?
Yeah.
Kind of like lays down next to her and looking up. Like, I know that there's been people that is too much of a coincidence to be random that I've met. Don't necessarily know which one. Time.
I'm gonna send a few pictures that you're gonna see. Um, yeah, you would
Quite a
see
few.
almost in the blackness of the sky, right? You almost like a vivid hallucination, almost like a swirl. It is, and I'm not kidding you, a relay spell of scrying.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. She
And
would add one more word to that.
yeah,
Uh,
sure.
that but I've definitely felt that you are, no, Char. I don't know if same has been there for me. Mm.
But yeah, you see these five people in short succession. Well, not too short of a succession. You see first a shelf made from almost boral wood, dark, and you hear Lorantha basically sing for a moment as it disappears, as she's basically sitting on a ginormous, well, shelf, kind of flopping off her legs, kicking them back and forth
Mm.
as the vision disappears. You see Shehu in a cell. You see bars and kind of a guy with a spear and a short sword just wildly swinging at him in green armor, right? And you see Shehu just basically playing like fetch with him, like just jumping over things, flipping, and just dodging, and mockingly saying, "You can't punch a kid." Huh? As he like, you see the sword swipe vertically go past his face. You see a girl, hmm, elvish. You recognize her as your mother in a gown dress. She looks up for a moment. She looks back down, and you see the room filled with oil paintings. As she puts one back, it's a picture of a dog. It slowly drips from its plate or its canvas. You see a man with white hair and yellow eyes putting down the crest of your family from his coat into a pile of fire, grabbing a small wooden box buried in the garden in midst of hay with a shovel, uncovering a blue coat and hat. Crescent moon symbol, something that appears like a crow almost falling with wings spread, putting up the head and talking and walking away. You see a creature staring downwards on a misty land, peering down, saying to herself, bleed for me, as your vision ends.
Just like, I get out of breath almost. As it probably was a little bit intense for
Oh
her.
yeah.
Not like expecting to see that. A little bit of tear run down. She kind of wipes it. She got to see her mother again. Orianta, Shahi, and she don't know blonde-haired man with a hat. She
Hmm.
saw her in her mindscape too. I mean, she's unsure who he is to her at
Hmm.
the moment.
Well,
Like,
apart from the mindscape
yeah, uh,
and, well, faint set of memories, you don't really know much about your father, apart from the few words you've been given when you were really young. Let's say you get a very good feeling, and pictures and paintings evenly lie very fast. A human and an elf. Yeah, no, not in a noble family.
um, I've seen that man before. One on hair, hat,
Hmm.
seen him, yeah, hallucinogenic mindscape of mine was sort of like I was reliving past memories that pushed away. I think he's the reason that my eyes turned red. Sort of cut them out when I was little. And I've also met him at outside of a temple.
She
Why do you
looks
keep
at you.
showing up in my life?
She looks at you. You feel the stare. You're not looking at her, but you feel it, like in your
Mm,
neck. It's almost this kind of slight pressure, like almost somebody like putting their hand where she kind of looks. And you hear going through your mind, where do you think you would have your resilience from? Not follower of ill matter?
Doesn't matter. That God of suffering or none of mine.
She smiles for a moment. How is somebody to take a blame or suffer on somebody's behalf?
Yeah, guess they
She
always gotta
she
choose
looks at
someone.
you, right? And it's just, it's not something I can endorse, not something I disrespect. You can roll me a religion check on Char and ill matter.
Yeah, I was a kid at that kind of like. I assumed she had some base knowledge on it, and basically of that.
Let's see.
Because classics religion,
Yes.
like
It's
something with
unlikely that you
sorcery.
don't know, but there's. Oh yeah, you do.
Well, maybe she knew. Like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
ah,
there's some few words on ill matter in Char's lore. So
yeah.
yeah. you would definitely know um, followers of ill matter sometimes suffer on another person's behalf. So
Mm.
let's say somebody goes to a town, to an evil church, and they demand 5 liters of blood when a human has 6. A person of ill matter would donate theirs to help. Sometimes even more than the person itself does, because the god of ill matter, Jesus, I hope my stream didn't die because of that. No, it didn't. Uh, the god of ill matter believes that resilience and suffering doesn't have to come from a person, but kind of from an idea. You can take that toll for somebody else, and it's going to strengthen your resolve, and you kind of realize that in this man's kind of, you've seen the lightning magic he used, almost hiding away from your senses by false hostility, almost sacrificing his own safety in his own spells. As you think back at the temple for a moment, and you realize that he didn't make his save against that stun himself, but he shrugged through it. Form of suffering, but Shar doesn't disrespect.
Would you say disrespected then? Um,
Yeah, but
because
it's an honorable, or not a dishonorable thing in the eyes of Shar.
yeah.
Just because it is in a good nature doesn't mean that it's necessarily evil for her.
Mhm. Yes. Mm. Think that that's sort of what isn't that sort of like close to what you're doing? Sure. Painting yourself up to be
She
villain
like
to
you
someone.
still feel that pressure on the back of your head, right? And you hear going through your mind, you hear the words, "Hmm, that's why he gets so good along with Shehu."
Makes sense. Mm.
You see a conversation between the two, talking about Blackville, actually.
Yeah.
Hmm, he has the right ideas, but she, you feel this kind of pressure on your head, almost like turning your head.
Mm. Yeah, I had would turn.
As she looks at you, you hear, everybody has to go through their own suffering. Taking the suffering from somebody takes the way to grow. And you, with those words, realize that you can't enter this place without suffering enough. It's impossible by this point. You can't make your way through the Shadowfell without that happening to you once. You can't have a perfect trip down here. Doesn't matter what you do, probably.
That's shoot like a counter almost and say, "Is that what they're doing down here? Suffering for the sake of others?"
You see her actually look away from you.
Feels to me that you're taking up a role that needs to be filled. Not necessarily one you want. Can't imagine how lonely things must be here for you.
You hear her calmly breathing in and out, something she didn't do before. She basically gets herself off onto her heels. She holds out her hand.
He holds out her as well, like kind of like thinking and like, should I did I overstep my bounds? Kind of like that's what she's thinking. Kind of like putting her head down a little bit, not sure what she'll do. She kind of like takes out her hand towards her hand.
As you're looking down, she or you feel her hand under your chin.
Oh, maybe I misunderstood how you meant. But was basically she's on her knees and she put her hand towards
No,
you.
she was standing. She was standing,
Okay.
like on her feet, as
Yeah.
you're
Okay.
lying
So
on the
yeah,
ground.
yeah. Well, I'm getting yeah. I guess you would just wait, see what she do then. Sort of like,
Yeah. But yeah, she
yeah,
lifts up your chin.
yeah. Her breathing becomes a little bit more um, heavy as she kind of like. It's a little bit nervous. But shit, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Then smile. Like,
Yeah, she looks
like
at
you
you and you hear going through your head. You hear the words, "You fear me, right?"
know.
Yes.
That's it.
More than anything else.
Uh, Fear's a, fear's a strong word. I think you're funny.
You almost
Probably the funniest person I've ever met.
she as she has
But
the
you
hand
think,
kind of under your chin, right? She holds her neck to the side and she looks at you and she says, hmm. As you feel all of your almost subconsciousness bubble up, you're now under the zone of truth spell and you're saying what you're thinking.
okay,
I mean, not that she already knows, but
okay.
she basically wants
Uh,
you to say it. Yes.
Sounds like
As you
true
kind of
stuff.
like
Yeah.
look away and you kind of chin up and she puts her head like in front of your eyes, looks at you.
Yeah, you both scare and excite me. You feels like you could, on a blink of an eye, just kill me for any reason. I don't know why I find it so funny though. But it's very interesting. You're deadly and cute at the same time, and it's interesting. It's a mix between fear and curiosity, respect and reverence. Why am I saying all of this? She
No,
pulls her
stop.
hand out of her
Yeah,
mouth.
yeah. Basically, but the talking doesn't stop. It's just like pretty much, right?
Yeah,
And she
and
has the hand under your.
I can clearly say tell that you kind of mumble like, I can clearly tell that you're suffering because I suffered a lot myself. You still have such a lonely look in your face. I just wish I could hug you and make everything better, but I no, I don't because I think you would kill me if I did. She said.
She takes your other hand and kind of like lifts you off the ground, like up onto your
And
feet.
then gets lifted out, red in the face a bit.
she gets close. Like you can feel cold breath close.
She
Like
tends
down your
to,
shoulder and your kind of chest.
yeah, she
And
tends to look at her.
okay, yeah, sure, roll for it.
11. You're
You're so
11.
scary.
Yeah.
But yeah, she looks at you, right, for a moment, as you kind of try to look at her, and then it's just like, and she gets like very close to your ear, and she says, "I kill people for less. I won't."
Yeah. People that I've been around a lot of killers in my life, and people that will kill you in the blink of an eye. They have a certain edge to them. You have that, but times 1,000. It's like a gut feeling, like an aura. I sort of explain.
As her mouth is like awfully close to you, she
Mhm.
kind of puts the finger on your mark, like from the front of you, right? As you're like looking down and you kind of have that. She uses her finger to lift up your chin, and she says, "Why do I have a reason to do so?" You basically, as she like touches the mark, you see a supercut of every single moment you've ever been thinking about Char. Like, but it goes over like click, done.
Um, like,
You you can roll me
um,
a Arcana or investigation check.
I don't
Okay.
It's like, why would I have a reason to? First, feels like maybe because maybe if I hurt your feelings, feel like that's true, but there's something you say.
No.
Maybe because I hurt your feelings and you feel hurt and you decide to take it out on me. Mm. Because because I may
You
inadvertently say truths you're not willing to see yourself.
you don't know, but you do realize she's a very strong psychic.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
the
wait, no, that,
power she has is not like whatever magic. You know this universe or
oh,
this place is void of magic. Like whatever she's using is not magic. It's not anything, but it's purely out of well the force of or almost mental pressure on things, people, and well existence in itself. I guess
yeah,
it's one of the points why you're not a little scared of her. You can't really hide anything from her.
yeah. Did
She
she feel that, right? That she can't hide
yes.
in, yeah, yeah,
Yes. You know you the moment you entered the water, that's the moment you couldn't hide anything anymore.
yeah.
And even
It
then,
explains why she's blushing so much, because it's almost feels very like an intimate or like an
almost
sort of
intrusive.
like
Yeah.
thing. Yeah,
Yeah, your private thoughts are something that is like really like to oneself, yes. You don't have to
yeah,
speak them usually, but it's like kind of now you do. So it's just like
yeah.
very
I guess
uncomfortable.
in all honesty, as she's mentioning the mark, her thoughts would go a little bit like, because I guess she don't know. I mean, it's not like she can control it. It would just be like past like, wonder what's up with her. Maybe
So what did you say?
she kind of like for a flash, it's like I wonder what's up with her, and she kind of like, no, it shouldn't. Think about that. It kind of like tries to push it away.
So it
Because
comes
she
even
don't,
further back out of your subconsciousness as you try to.
because she don't seem to, uh, like him. So she's like, no, let's not think about that.
Okay.
But yeah,
But yeah, you kind of speak your words. You hear her say, right, as you kind of been talking about your almost insecurities of talking to her or just existing here right now,
yeah,
right? It's just you hear going through your mind a very calm voice. You hear, I've seen your flaws. If there were a reason, I would have done so.
you still accept me, flaws and everything.
With a finger on the mark as the voice disappears for a moment, right? She holds one finger like across your chin, cheek, and your template. Roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Mm, heavens.
It stings. Oh god, I need to roll. Jeez, I'm sorry.
Yeah. She would try to stand still and not move away from her, as if she's inflicting her with pain, she probably deserves it in her mind. Or at the very least, it's
I rolled decently
nothing
low.
to
You
see.
take 24 psychic damage.
Okay, she said, why?
You also lose all of your insanities.
Hmm.
Yeah, it knocks you
Guess she would
like
scream
almost
out a
to your
little bit.
feet. You basically faint for a moment. It's not that the
Yeah.
memories are gone, it's basically just the part that changes you gets
It's
torn
the
out.
yeah, part like
The emotion,
the
yes.
emotions around it sort of
Correct.
thing gets
Yeah. And that's deeply anchored into one's mind, so you basically go limp for a moment.
yeah. Does she fall over on her side or is she still standing or
You're
sitting?
still standing, even though you're
Yeah.
being completely limp.
Yeah, like I guess you would like this-
She turns around for a moment,
um,
right? And she doesn't face you, but she says, "Well, then be yourself."
like
You also
you
you
can
also
feel
just
pain.
the almost the invading part of your mind is less. You don't have to speak your subconscious thoughts anymore.
Yeah. She's sort of just trying to get her bearing a little bit as the insanity that she's been living for so long. It's kind of like she instinct just by pure, I mean, kind of gets up to scratch, but then she kind of like she doesn't. As she
You have
realized
scars
when to
there
have the,
by this
yeah,
point.
she looks at her scars, kind of drags her hand over it, and like it hurt, but it felt like it healed my mind, sort of.
She
Interesting.
looks at you for a moment, right? And you still remember what you've given Shehu to bring to her?
Yeah, the thing she's like, yeah, sacrificed to,
Yes.
to
Still
bring to
remember
her.
them.
Yeah. Oh, well, when do you mean?
Because
Yeah,
beca-
out of character, just she remembers it.
no, because you hear this question going through your mind.
Oh, just to think it a bit.
Yeah, that's fine.
No, you didn't say anything. I don't know if you
Yeah,
counted.
the question going through your mind in a mental voice
Oh,
is, do you still remember what you've given me?
basically asked for that. Mm,
Yes.
yeah. Mm, mm, thanks for a moment. Oh, yeah. I guess I did help you get your body back. Man, mm,
She turns back around and
mm, glad that I was able to be of any use. Glad that I
okay,
was able to help you.
very rare occasion.
What do you say?
But commence. Look at it.
Yeah, soul man. Mm. Does it seem like she got hurt from that? Big.
Yes. You basically see her right as she turns around. She peers at you for a moment. She takes a step forward, right, and she places her hand like around where your waist is, and she looks at you.
Mm.
And you hear words you've never heard them before. They're not even abyssal. They're not celestial. In fact, they are out of character primordial.
Oh dear.
Yes. You regain 30 hit points as you see this almost reddish hue, right? You see her like blink once, and you hear this almost like somebody extinguishes a sword in water. You don't really smell it, but you feel the kind of almost burning heat going off her for a moment, like a flash of a second.
Uh, to her current HP or max HP?
Hmm?
Is it she got did she heal to the for 30 hit points? Current hit points? Or
No, it's current hit points.
oh no. I mean
Sadly, it's not max.
no, that's fine. I was just wanted to know. Yeah, so as she feels better, the headache subsiding. Were there any signs on her that she hurt other than her eyes that she like visibly injured?
Well, you wouldn't probably realize a person that can extinguish a life in a blink probably doesn't flinch on pain too much, or at all, technically. So taking 30 points of damage is probably not going to affect her too much. That blink and that almost pulsing heat, like like you're 5 feet like in touch range, and her hand gets so warm, it's it's like almost burning you.
Yeah. But there was that eye twitch,
Yeah,
justified, which is
it was this
normal
like
for her.
almost long blink.
Yeah. Um, would she be perceptive enough to? I'll just roll with. Like that feels a lot better. Thank you. But that heat, you okay? Did that
She
hurt you?
basically like takes her hand and she like checks her like almost perception of her own hand. She looks at you and she says, "Nothing comes free."
That's definitely just true. I'm speechless. Thank you for everything you've done for me. If you look, looks her, looks at her. I
She's
don't
still
see
looking at her hand. Like,
this.
she's not been using whatever she's using there, ever, really, before.
She's
It
basically
almost
looking at
seems
her.
odd to her. Not like confusing, but like weird.
So much magic here. I don't understand. Fascinating, intriguing. Was that magic nature? Did you just create it?
It's older than time.
Oh, that's pretty damn old.
She looks away for a moment. You just called her old.
Like it's older than time itself. I'm like, yeah, that's pretty old.
Yeah.
It's like okay. She's like, I didn't mean it like that. You look, you look wonderful. You don't look an age over eternity. And she smiles, trying to make a laugh.
Roll me persuasion.
Oh, natural 80.
It's,
That's a pretty good joke.
she she still sees through it that you kind of try to cover up for it, but it's like for you or just in general, like she knows you're not good with people, right? So it's like the best effort you could have gotten out of it to
Yeah.
save it in a pinch. But she smiles at it for a moment, just like she almost shrugs for a moment and says, "It's just time. There's no point." Well, she almost looks up for a moment, it's just like changing it.
Guess time stop matters after a while. It all kind of becomes a blur, I would assume.
Time doesn't move at all. The longer you're around, the more you realize it. You're also 100. Like, people have been like, dying and being born, but apart from that, time doesn't really change much in the world. At least not in the past 100 years. Yeah, some innovations here and there, but that's about it.
Yeah. Hmm. Makes you feel any better. If in human standards, I would be, I would be considered a what's the word? I would be considered a senior. But then
Should
again, humans' lifespans are ridiculously short.
we are. She looks at you for a moment and kind of stops fiddling with her hand. Says, "So, what troubled you so far here in general?" Pretty much a question like, why are you here at all? Why did you make your way here? Pretty much.
Hmm.
Like, she probably knows,
No. Hmm.
but just
Well,
because she knows doesn't mean she understands.
yeah, don't fully understand it myself, but something happened to me. I can't explain. I was at a good show. I had a chance of sort of living a normal life for just a moment, just literally not for a moment having to fear for my life and looked behind my shoulder. It was a good brief break, but I mean, as I put my guard down, something I can't explain happened. I stopped being able to move, and I basically my body more or less started to shut down. And I thought that, well, this sucks. It's like it's my sister. No one's gonna be able to care for her. There's Shahu. You know for sure that without someone looking out for him, he'd probably either be a very burnt owl or dead. You know, in my mind then couldn't really serve or like or dead. But I guess it was bold of me to assume that servitude stops at your death, sort of thing. But I asked for opportunity to be able to keep serving. The sort of angel appeared. And it's just black crystal that I ended up in. You probably know the rest, but as of a reason, I would say other than guess it was part survival instinct and caused the willingness to not let the things and people and with my faith to just stop. I don't necessarily fear death, but just fear not being able to look after those that I care about. My sister has a condition. She pretty much often tend to put herself in situations where she would have ended up with dead. She's not a good fit for my family, to be fair. I've been trying to get her out of that situation, but it's been of no use. It's part reason is that I was scared that my sister wouldn't suffer if I died. Yet, I didn't really find the words. I'm not good with them. There was a lot of reason that I made my way down here, I guess, but biggest reason, I guess, is just pure dumb luck, I guess, or chance, or fate. Take your pick. I'm glad that I ended up here, though. I just need
She
to
looks at you and she says, hmm, luck doesn't exist.
well, what you call fate, then?
She looks at you, right? And she kind of still very close.
She doesn't seem to mind.
In your hand,
What?
she
Another one?
you or she in your hand she puts a kind of tiny orb-like crystal. You feel it. It's basically hexagonal, and it has the same color of Gloriantha's amulet, right? And she says, "Don't look at it if you don't want to see what's up with her. You're not gonna like it."
I'm willing to rip off my own hands to even hear her voice again. Think a little self hater self-hating is gonna stop me from finding out. Gives a sad smile. And she looks down into it.
Your mind almost enters this crystal for a moment, almost bound into a vision. You see almost a compilation of Floriantha and the first and last 5 seconds, just before and after each of her deaths. Hundreds, thousands even.
And tears run down her face as she
One by one.
basically being made to relive all of her deaths. Some of which she most likely witnessed.
Some, not most.
Yeah,
A couple.
just yeah, some. Yeah,
You always realize she's coming back. You thought some curse on death or something. No. You see in the last 5 seconds of each of her deaths, basically everything goes black, and she makes her way through the Shadowfell every time. The journey
scratches her
that
head.
you made, one trip down, she makes the same trip upwards every time.
The hair on her, the hair on her arm, the hair on her arms basically goes up, and she almost gets like goosebumps as she realized what her sister must have gone through, as it nearly drove her into insanity. Just one trip, as you know, her tears basically lands on the orb, some of it.
And on the black
Mm.
floor, kind of
Yeah,
reflecting late.
and yeah, intensifies a bit. She sniffs a little bit. You need to tell me that she's been like, digging her way up through the Shadowfell each time.
She opens her hand, right? Kind of right above your hand, kind of holds it out, and you see Lorantha with one of Craven's weapons. Like, think about like a long dagger, like a dowel.
What is this? Ooh, this looks
Yeah,
fun.
charging at a shadow. Yeah, charging at a shadow-like creature. It just erupts in green flame. It's just like, yeah. And others where she gets torn and almost lynched.
My sweet minded of was the complete opposite. Don't live through Shadowfell, that was on mine.
She looks at you and kind of takes the blue crystal out of your hand
She lets her. And
as you basically, your Shiitake. She looks at you and she says, only the strongest live in it.
time flows different here as well. Like, like, scratch her head, like I wish I could do something for her.
You can't. It's her own choice to come back.
Maybe just being with her is enough.
Hmm.
She seems happy. It's just that
Cheers.
she's getting herself in trouble. Do you know where her soul is now? Or she on that shelf somewhere? What does that even mean? Does that mean that someone has her rocket?
She shifts her head and she says, hmm, well, maybe that's something you need to figure out alone.
Yeah,
She looks at you.
of, of course. Mm.
She hands you well, a tiny shard.
So I just kind of go big as she takes it and kind of like hugs it.
It's a tiny black crystalline shard. You know it's empty.
And
And she says to you, hmm, crack it open when you leave this place.
when I get back to the prime material realm, or when I want to.
She remains silent. She looks at you, right? Out of all people, you realize she's not good with words. It's just a thing. Like nobody can ever like read her mind. That's very fucking unlikely ever, right? And nobody can read what she's trying to say or do. So whenever she just can't say anything, she just it's almost this kind of faint anger. You basically see on the cheekbone the kind of like she's almost biting down on her own teeth. It's very subtle.
It's okay. You don't want to tell me or can't. I'll try and figure it out somehow. Okay.
She turns around towards you. As she extends her flat open hand towards you, fingers facing kind of forward.
Like she's waiting for her to grab her hand, or how does she extend her hand?
Have you watched the stream?
Um, yeah. Well, let's take it up again. There's a delay though.
Yeah, like this.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. She would take her hand and like underneath. So
She looks at you.
puts it under, letting her grab it if she wants, because she thinks
Yeah,
she wants to grab her hand, but she's
that's fine. She kind of grabs your hand and pulls you close. She stares almost into your eyes.
yeah. She
Perfect.
look she looks up for it. Okay, because it's
Yeah.
um so interesting.
You can hold it for some 30 seconds.
Looks up. She looks up at her and
You can roll me an insight check.
mm,
And those are rare on her.
oh,
You you realize she really wants to say something, or probably a lot of things, but she either A doesn't know how to like say it, the words, the wording, or doesn't know if it changes something that's not supposed to change.
mm,
She's thinking so hard, she's contemplating every word. Like a dozens or hundreds of times over.
it's okay. No, wait. It's okay. I can tell that this is hard for you. As she actually is a little bit bold, and she actually puts her arms around her and try to give her a hug, and kind of you know, heading towards her.
Still
And
remember what happened to that butterfly?
yeah,
From your
and
con
she's
save.
already touching
Con or
her,
wisdom save. No.
and
It's only
yeah,
specific circumstances. That's the thing.
yeah. But, um, what will your wisdom?
Wisdom or con save.
Mm. And yeah, just know that if you ever want to talk about anything, you don't have to be alone. You don't have to suffer alone, at least.
Beats it.
Yeah,
You don't spring out
mm,
of existence.
yeah. I know that it was a risk, but it was kind of like she's suffering and she's being a very empathic person. She's kind of like, you know, you don't have to suffer alone. I sort of thing as she hugs her.
She looks like you feel not that she goes limp, right? But she's just like blankly staring. You feel no body part of her is moving at all, right? And she says, as she basically like around your neck from the back, she holds her hand, right? Like over under your arm, behind your back, onto your neck.
Yeah,
Yes, but from under your arm. Yes.
uh,
Yeah.
yes.
As she says the words, "Don't make me kill him."
Um, I see, like, I don't know, I'm just gonna think clear. Very difficult position. Being, I don't want either of you to hurt each other. Asking what this malice between you two come from, and there can be a solution. I seem to be a very hard question. and that you may be unable to answer. It would be hard for me to take actions against him. You would ask. I'm not even sure that I would be able to. Just know this, that likewise, I would never betray you.
Hmm.
I wish to understand what's going on. I can assume stuff. It's something about his sister. I don't know if it wasn't a whim or because of a specific reason, but I, you know, guess one can understand someone being mad for having their sister killed or taken away. But I would never try and judge or try to understand why. You probably had a reason to, emotionally or logically. Just is there a way to bring his sister back? Wouldn't that solve the problem? The malice?
She looks at you, right? I can't answer you that. As she almost looks at you, she's really contemplating these words, but she says them. And she says, "That would alter your fate too much." She smiles.
I'm s- I would like to say I understand, but I, it's like, I accept those words. I guess I, that's a bad wording. You know what I mean? That's kind of like, let's go there. Mm.
She takes a step back from you, and you see she looks at you and smiles. You see a black vaporing smoke. She disappears. In the same moment, the entirety of this plain gets flooded by water. And the moment the first drip of water touches you, you fall unconscious. This is where your session ends.
Huh?
And this is also where the stream ends. So I wish for everybody, or that one viewer, if that's you, I assume, a great night.